In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Liz, I saw that I met my goals after right before I was leaving my last show. I appreciate you in helping me meet my goals. So let's activate the holiday spirit. Happy holidays to all of you. I know it's holiday time for many of us, and I wish you, I don't know if you celebrate the Christmas season, Liz. That's why I didn't put happy holidays in there for you, but I'm wishing you well as well. If you do or if you don't, if you celebrate Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, uh, the Christmas season, I wish you all a happy holiday. Now, let's get into the news. Did you come up with the wreath decoration contest, Ronnie Q? Hey, a view is a view. Want to talk about it, Jill, or are you're at work? Jill can't talk about it; she's at work. Uh, let me, a viewer's view. You want to come up? It has been a long time since we have conversed. If you, the date, the date, just give me a date, Jill. Get off me, Jill. Get off me, Jill. Now, let me bring the wreath competition extraordinaire of view as a view up. Do you guys see the link? Sheesh. Is the link in the chat? I Because I'm on this, I'm gonna drop the link in the description box as well. Go under there. Oh, it's in the chat. All right. Now let me talk to the reef extraordinaire. Hey, views of you, Grand Rising.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I hope you are feeling a little better. Maybe do you
Yeah.
have ginger ale or something to put on your belly?
Yeah, I got everything. I stocked up the kitchen for all the stuff I need. It's just now the pain pills is in and out, and I got the
Oh,
good. So
right.
I might sound a
Now,
little
and
loopy.
sometimes those do upset your stomach as well.
Yes. You
Yeah, the
know what I'm doing?
medication.
I'm doing the old school prune juice, heated up in the
Oh,
microwave.
okay. Ooh, ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, ooh, ooh,
I'm
ooh.
taking it
Ooh,
all the way there.
you just made my
I'm
belly
sorry, I
quiver.
made it boil. You got secondhand. Oh my God. That tells you
Girl,
how well it works.
now I remember, I think I was in either junior high school or elementary school. It wasn't
Mhm.
that long ago, you understand, that I taste a prune juice. It was cold prune juice, but when you said heat it up in the microwave, I was like, you have got to be kidding me.
And sip it. It's very, very good. Tastes like almost like tastes like a regular, I don't know, some kind of new tea thing or whatever. It's pretty good. It's good. It works.
Now, Liz Livos is reminding everyone
Yes.
to get your end of the year medical and dental checkup. Do not forget. Do not forget. Many people will not even have health insurance next year, but we're going to talk about that later. So, a view's view. Since
Yeah.
you are the design extraordinaire
Be
for
right
the
there.
wreath contest, I promise. I just I remembered it when somebody named Jill wrote it in my chat that I promised that I would do another competition this year,
Yes.
a creative competition that we can wholly judge with our vision. We don't need a taste bud to try to pretend like brown food, every piece of brown food that a toothless bitch makes is palatable. We can judge these things with our eyes to be fair. Now, well, I can't do another wreath competition. What
Okay.
Christmas themed competition would you suggest? And people in the chat, what type of
Hmm.
Christmas visual Christmas creative competition would you guys like to see?
My. Let's see. What is the date? It's 10.
I,
It's 12:15. Okay. Hmm.
it's the
Um,
15th.
yeah. It's kind of
And I hear that that old
What?
that I hear that old woman has postponed her competition again. So maybe we can. Let me. I'm looking at my
Which
calendar right
competition?
now.
Going to Belize?
No, 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 not that
The
old.
ugly T-shirt.
Yeah, I was just reading somewhere that may be postponed again because they have to
Okay.
get a child predator
Oh,
wait a minute an
okay. I'll be
alleged
right back. I'll
child
be right back.
predator.
I got the carpet cleaner coming. I'll be right back, but I'm here. Okay, hold on.
Okay, so I hear that because an alleged child predator was under the tutelage of a thieving woman, that the sweater competition may be postponed. So I'm looking at my calendar, and today is the 15th. Oh my goodness, it is close to Christmas. I can't do it this weekend. Maybe a Friday the 19th. I don't know. Maybe we can do it on the 21st. Yeah, let's do it on the 21st. So now, any suggestions of what you guys would like to see created? Jill's Comfort Zone has already done the Christmas tree competition. If you haven't gone over to Jill's Comfort Zone, go over there and check out her Christmas tree competition. Mm, a wreath. Hmm. What about a Christmas tree topper? Maybe we can make a topper for our Christmas trees. Uh,
Yeah, a topper or
you
a
know,
box.
like or what?
I was gonna say a bottomer, but that's not what it is. I was gonna say a tree skirt, but
You know,
that's dumb because you're covering it up. Yeah, topper.
no, like some people put at stars, some people put an angel, some people
Yeah,
put their children's artwork or whatever. A Christmas tree topper.
that's a good idea because because what I did was I just took stuff that I made and some things throughout the holiday and stuff. I'm sorry, y'all, if I sound a little kind of more adamant than normal. I had surgery recently, so I'm kind of recouping and stuff. I didn't have any lipo. I didn't have my titties sucked. I didn't have a BBL or anything like that.
We know you got that BBL. You walking around here like Jessica Fox getting a BBL. Why
Uh,
not wreath? Because we did the wreath already.
I was ready for the wreath too, but
You
Veronica
ready
wanted
for the
wreath.
wreath too?
Yeah, I just think the reef because we had such a good time with that reef situation. And you still got that goddamn video on your thing. I think the reef is just you, Ronnie Q. It's
I will
just
never take it down. Now, who
I know you
now?
won't.
Since a view is a view has proven to be a pro at the wreath
Oh,
making, maybe she will be our judge. Um,
oh, that'd be nice.
See, because I will start the competition off at $50 for the
Oh,
winner of the competition. I'm telling you this today. So if we get anything above that, I will alert you as the pot grows. But as of today, the pot is $50. Big
well,
Brenda says she's ready.
I can throw in 20, y'all. I that's all I got to squeeze it out of my titty meat, but I can throw in 20, okay? That's all I can do.
Linda says she need a boob job. What?
I started to ask them could they do a little something, but I'm only at a 36C, so I think that's fine.
And my husband turned me on to this store. And I was like, where you find this store from? It's a real nice independent grocery store. And girl, I went there and I thought that they had a wreath down on the floor, for you to pick up and make out of the live greenery. But it
Hmm.
wasn't. It wasn't a wreath. They were long vines of greenery, and it was evergreen greenery, and it wasn't the a bushy kind, it was the flat kind, and you buy it by the foot. It's like a long rope. I was like, where? And so I thought that it was already a wreath, and so you can buy maybe 2 or 3 feet of it and make your own wreath. Oh girl, it was so beautiful. I may have
Hmm.
to go there and make me a wreath as well.
Yeah, I think I just think, Miss Ronica, you started it initially with that, and I just think that, and it is not hard now. Now that we've seen the other situations and seen other people do. Yeah, he wants me to get some crayons. Oh my
Okay. Now look at the Jill. What time? What time? What time? Let me say 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That will be 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Do you guys think that that would be too late for you guys to create? I will
God.
give a maximum of an hour and a half to create your reef.
That's good. That's yeah. I think that's good. And I don't you don't have to, you're not one of those ones that draw out these competitions and things and make it all 3 months long and then everybody got to put on one little bulb and then 10 minutes later come back and do another. Get it up and get it going. Go get your shit and put the shit together and present. We
Yeah.
ready to vote? Let's get it on.
So I would recommend to everyone who's going to compete, have your green. Like I said the last time when Uppy
Mhm.
was trying to cut ribbon and all this shit for a hair strand for a full head. No, have all of your material pre-cut. Uh, that's what I'm saying. We don't.
Yes.
We want to see you actually create. You cannot have anything on the reef at all. Uh,
Right.
have your
Birthday.
wreath ready to go, fluffed up, whatever it is. And the contest is seeing you complete your wreath and put your decorations on the wreath. But we don't need to see you cut it. If you want to explain that all of this pile of ribbon here, I cut this off of this roll, and I don't need to see you cut it. I need you to see you put your wreath together. So we can have, so people won't feel rushed. So you don't feel rushed. So everything is at your fingertips. And because when you say an hour and a half, and you got to cut stuff, and then you be like, oh shoot, I'm not gonna. We want you to have all your creative focuses on creating the actual wreath, not the preparation of your materials.
Yeah, cut all
But
your stuff up and put them together. Like put like stuff alike. If you need 12
mhm,
clothes or need 12, just have them all the size strips and everything. That way, you're not all you're really going to be doing is assembling it, and yeah, decorating.
correct. Now, I liken it to watching a cooking show. When you watch a cooking show, they don't open the bag of sugar and get out the measuring cup and pour the sugar. No, they have everything that they
Mhm.
need already in those little clear bowls, and they tell you to add 2 cups of sugar, and they throw that a bowl of sugar that they've already pre-measured. Uh, let's look at it that way. So.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't want to see you open a bag of flour and get a spoon and spill the flour all over. I know. I just want to see your 2 cups of flour.
Right, lined up.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
And I
So
think it would be more less stress free also and more enjoyable for the people that are watching and the participants to have everything lined up. So
yeah,
that's
I think it definitely would be less stressful for the
Mhm.
participants because um, you don't have to concentrate on anything but your creative design. So our viewers view. Are you willing
Yes.
to be a judge? Are you willing and able on the 21st at 6 p.m. to be a judge for the wreath competition?
Oh yes, and I'll definitely I will switch to edibles on that day. I will not take my
Oh,
codeine.
please.
I'm
Oh,
on
we know.
codeine right now.
Oh, we definitely need you on edibles.
I'll ask my doctor to write a transitional downgrade from my codeine to my to the gummies so that I can participate in an event online, and then I'll see what he sends back to me. So I'll be ready.
Not too many edibles. Not
No,
you,
I'll
you
save them for the recap.
that was funny that time. You was like, well, I'm just on number 2 now. I was on 4 that day, Ronnie Q. Oh my God. Oh,
I was lying.
you cussed that walrus out so good, and I was just
Oh my
trying to
god,
be patient. I was
couldn't hold it
because
back.
now these are the rules. Yeah, I'm hosting. She went off, but rightfully so. You're trying to be uh unjudgmental, but hey,
Yeah,
I'm the host. I have to be. But
mhm.
hey,
But I
you,
didn't.
y'all do what y'all do.
I ain't signed no DNA. What is it? The NDA? I ain't signed
NDA.
no DNA. I ain't signed no NDA. The fuck?
Yeah. So
Is that an audience? What the hell? I'm running you up crazy. Oh my god!
that's for you. Our
I think.
esteemed judge of viewers of
Thank
you
you.
will be judging
I'm
our wreath competition
I'm
uh,
so honored.
next Sunday, December 21st at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, viewers of you. And viewers of you has also contributed to the cash pot, which is now $70.
Oh, let's
Uh,
go ahead and make it
I
a
don't have
75.
to.
Let's
I
make
do
it
not have to.
75 instead of
Oh,
20.
oh.
Yes, go ahead.
Now, I do not have to. I do not have to take anything out of the pot to repay anything that somebody borrowed from me. So it's the full and complete
Oh,
$75.
You don't have to go to the store to buy anything, a new jacket with part of the front. You don't have to take half of the
I
money
don't
off
need
the top.
I don't need to take half of the money off the top. I don't need to go to Zara and try to turn it in young twink boy clothing at my mature age. I don't have to do any of that. I do not have to buy out of season 2 season ago Brahmin bags from TJ Maxx to try to make it seem like I'm turning it. No, I want to give to you for your
So the
creativity.
money that I'm giving you, I'm gonna buy a coloring book first, and then I'm gonna give you the rest. I can't do that this year.
No, you
I
cannot
got
do
to
that.
give you $25.
Is it this Sunday? She said it's this Sunday. Hold on.
Yes, it's this
No.
Sunday.
Oh Lord. Okay, this Sunday. I'm like, I'm, I'm
So
like next
basically, Ronnie
Sunday
Q.
or the Sunday after. This
Yeah,
Sunday.
basically, Ronnie Q saying no, there's whatever the pot is what it is. It's
The
nobody's
pot
taking
is what it
anything.
is. I don't have to pay DJs. I don't have to pay judges. I don't have to give you excuses about who all I had to pay. This is Pam. I never pay my judges. Pam, are you willing to judge without being paid? Oh, I ain't get no answer. I guess that's a no. Pam, Pam. Wonk, wonk, wonk. I guess that's a wonk, wonk, wonk. A view is a view. She's like, bitch, I ain't say I was gonna not get paid.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah, yes, ma'am. I'm working for
So,
free.
yeah, I asked you, was that okay? Would you work for free? And you told me,
Yeah, you say
hell
no.
no, bitch. You're like, you got
Yeah,
that wrong. I'm sitting up
right.
here listening, like,
I'm
is she gonna
sorry.
do it for free? Will she do it for free?
And I will not be getting any compensation. I will be paying $25.
He's
Just
like,
tell me where I need to send it to when I need to send it. And but we still can throw cash apps out there. Can we still beg on the low key?
oh, yes, we can throw our cash ups out there.
Okay, good.
Cash up had never hurt nobody.
Right.
This
Well,
Sunday,
good.
6
Okay.
p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Uh,
That would be 3 p.m. My time, Pacific Standard Time.
uh,
Come to the channel. Now, Jill, are you going to compete? Who's going to compete? We got Big Brenda. Uh, we have hopefully Jill. Tell
yeah,
Just Read
Jill
My
does
Book.
very well.
Uh, uh, Tell Just Read My Book to bring her ass over here and
Yes.
bring her hula hoop and decorate her wreath. Because I know
Yeah,
Just Read My Book is going to have something hula hoop size. When we
she
did the
does. She always goes over the top. Yes,
yeah, but she is very
she
artistic. But
sure
I
is.
always tease her about the size of her thing. I think Just
Yeah.
Read My Book wanted to compete as well. Great, 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 great. It is open to everybody. I'm going to put my flyer up after this live, and we're gonna get to it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and finish doctoring myself up, but I'm glad I was able to pop in and thank you all
Me
for the
too.
well wishes. I greatly
Please,
appreciate it. All right. Talk
please
to
feel
y'all later.
better.
All
All
right.
right, bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I'm celebrating my daughter's graduation and getting ready for my trip to see my mother. Jill, would that interfere? Are you saying that you can't compete? Is that what you're saying, Jill? Because you have that stuff to do? And as far as your daughter's graduation from nursing school, bravo, bravo. So I am not available to compete. I will be watching though. And you was the one who brought up all of this. And you was the one who brought up all of this. Lord. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you as well for reminding me. I totally forgot that I said I was going to get the date together and I was going to do this competition. But the competition will go on, and hope to see you all in the chat. Because people kept asking me. Yeah, I don't know what Ronnie Q gonna do. I don't know what Ronnie Q gonna do. I can hear you. I can hear you, Jill. Wasn't that your answer? Child, I don't know. Go ask her. I will put the flyer up on the wall, Jill. If you can share this flyer, I would greatly appreciate that. That's not what I said. Sounds good, Ronnie Q. Thank you, Liz. I just said I didn't know a date and time. I appreciate you for reminding me. Girl, it totally slipped my mind. No shit. It just totally slipped my mind. Girl, so let me tell you guys a story. I had to take I I took Rascal to get groomed. Now Rascal has been getting groomed his whole entire life, including in between grooming that I do here at home. You know, I stand him up on the dryer and blow dry him and blow him out and stuff. Oh, his hair is so nice and bouncy and stuff. You know, when it's a little longer, but I usually get him cut down about every month and a half or 2 months. Get him a low haircut. He's a Shih Tzu poodle mix. Y'all know who Rascal is. So I took him to the groomer this past weekend, and the before I left, the groomer was texting me and asked me to come back, and I was like, what's the matter? So I go back and she says, oh, you're going to have to reschedule his appointment because he's digging in his cage. And I was like, he's digging in his cage. I didn't even know, like, what is she talking about? And she says he's like so excited. Every time he goes to the groomer, you know, he's just jumping up and he's like happy and he's trying to get through the little door to get in there where all the dogs are being groomed. And, the groomers, they do something real slick that I know what they're doing. They rub them when they first get there, and they rub their hands all behind their ears and under their chins. They're looking to see if your dog is matted, so they can tell you right before you leave that they're going to charge you more for mats. But my dogs are never matted, so he rolls over on his back and show his belly, and he's all excited and happy, and then I was like, "Thank you, Jill," and I'm like, what does she want? I have to reschedule. She says yes, he's gonna have to do an appointment where we don't put him in the cage at all, because with him digging at the cage, he's like really really excited, and with him digging at the cage, he can pull out one of his nails or something, and we don't want him to get hurt. And I was like, can you calm down? He was extra excited. Yeah, she says sometimes they get more excited when they're older. No, he thinks he is the mayor of any place where there is a collections of dogs. He thinks that, hey, he has to get everybody in line, pay attention to me, and let's go. I am the leader of the pack. That's what he thinks. That's what he thinks. So the woman said, you can give him some. Oh, I forgot to tell viewers of you. I hope you are listening. She said you can get him some little edibles to calm him down. And I was like, edibles? And she says, yes, we sell them here. And I went over there, and she said, give him one about an hour before his appointment, and he'll calm down. So I go over there and I look, and I find some edible. Got a whole marijuana leaf on it, but it says it's just hemp. Yeah, it's some health-based thing. So I get home, and I'm so, well, let me try these out, see if they calm him down, see what he does. So I give him one, and I give Saucy one, and then he run. They always stealing each other's treats, and Saucy never lets him get her treats. So he eats his, and then he goes over and he's still saucy. So he's eaten two. First time out, he's eaten two. And child, they were lingering around. He was on his little hammock. He was crashed out. So it came time to walk him. So I woke him up and I said, "Come on, let's go." And when he hopped off his little hammock, girl, he was limping. Like his front paw and his shoulder was like jacked up, and I was like, "What the heck is wrong with him?" Did he hurt himself? How did he didn't do anything to hurt himself? And then I realized that he was laying in a strange way on the hammock. So obviously he had slept the wrong way, and his leg or paw was went dead. Hey Z Sarah. Obviously his leg or paw went dead, and like a minute later, he had shook it off, and he was good to go. So moral of the story is do not let your dogs get high. Hey, the green vegan, thank you for uh, joining the membership, getting 2 months membership. That green vegan, we are having another wreath competition. If you want to join the wreath competition, it will be this Sunday, the 21st at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now, the prize pot stands at $75. To compete, you will have to come, have your wreath, and have all of your decorations ready to add to your wreath. We I want everyone to, if you have a lot of ribbons to cut, multiple pieces of ribbon, have it everything pre-cut and ready to go. Your wreath cannot have any decorations on it. That is the competition. We're going to create a wreath. We have a time limit of an hour and a half. So that is this Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. That would be 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I hope you come out and join us. Did I speak, Sarah? I think I spoke. See, Sarah, I did speak. Happy holidays to you, ladies. Yes, I spoke. Now, Sarah can't be in it. What do you mean, Sarah? You mean Sarah, Sarah? Yeah, she can be in it. That's not me. That's Saucy. She over there snoring. It sounded like a fart at first. I was like, what the heck? She. Yes, Sarah most definitely can be in it. But she will have to have all of her. No, she's a ringer. Oh, that's what. Oh, you're saying that you demand that she cannot be in it. Yes, Sarah can be in the competition too. Sarah can be in. She's a doppelganger. Remember, it was such a commotion that her wreath wasn't in a circle. And when I said that you can do any circle, any style of wreath that you choose, because understand that there are wreath frames that come as candy canes, as Christmas trees, and I gave the freedom to do the wreath in any shape that you wanted. Yeah, yes, Sarah can be in the wreath competition as well. So I hope you come out and join us. Jill, you laughing? Did you hear Saucy? I said they're gonna be lying, saying, "Ooh, y'all hear Ronnie Q fart on her last live at 20 minutes and 26 seconds? Go listen. That was Saucy." Okay, so so I will give my dog his little chewables before he goes to the groomer this week, and I hope it all goes well. It's all going to go well because he has an express appointment. The express appointment is they never put them in the cage. They work on them from the time they get in to the time they get out. Usually on a regular appointment, they'll put the dog in the cage till they finish drying the other dog, and then they'll wash your dog, and then they'll put them back in the cage, and they'll put the dryer on them in the cage so they'll be mostly dry, and then when they are ready for them, they'll bring them back out and totally dry them out. So you heard her. Thank you. Sounds fun. I hope you compete. I hope you come over and so we can get some more professional craft ideas from you, that green vegan. Oh my God. Now we have one judge. I may give, I may or may not give the the I may or may not give the chat the opportunity to do a poll between 1 and 4. I don't know. So I try not to give the chat an opportunity to do a poll so they can choose their favorite person. This is not about personalities. This is about creativity. So I may or may not. Okay. So I hope you guys join me for that. And let's get into this news. Do I have any news? I have a couple of things that I want to show you. Let me show you a little history that I find that I want to share with you. I found this new site that they are selling all the banned books, all the books that have been banned, like The Color Purple, To Kill a Mockingbird, all of these historic books that have been banned from a lot of libraries. I will share that page with you. Now, they're having a contest where they're giving away 30 banned books. These are ones that have been taken out of libraries. I think this is a Florida based uh, organization. So you know that Florida has taken a lot of books out of schools, school libraries, and regular libraries. So I'm gonna share that with you guys as well. Let me share this piece of history that may have gone unnoticed by myself and maybe others. They never told you that China and Japan had uh, dark no, nobility. China, the Shang dynasty begins with King Tang, descendant of a man called Nakai, a name that meant black in ancient dialects. So let's get into this. Okay, so I wanted to share that with you. The link is in my description box. Um, let me let me share this with you as well. Now, Liz was asking me about Rob Reiner. If you guys are unaware, the uh, actor, producer, director Rob Reiner and his wife was found stabbed to death in their Brentwood home. Now, there have also been unverified claims that a family member had to be apprehended and taken away from the vicinity of the home. And it has also been reported verifiably that Rob Reiner had a son who was homeless for many years, on drugs for many years, and had mental illness. Um, TMZ, basically, in my opinion, is reporting that their son is the one who did this to them. And so it has not been confirmed yet. They just they are investigating the deaths as a homicide. Awful. So that that video that I just showed you, that is in the number one in my description box. Now, let me see if I can find anything about Rob Reiner, the latest about what I had pulled last night for Rob Reiner to share with you guys. Let me see. Hmm. Here we go. Let me see if I can find this for you right quick. Rob Reiner, he was married to Penny Marshall from Laverne and Shirley, also a director and producer. Uh, had been married to her for quite a number of years, and they had one child together, and he had three children with his uh, wife, who was found stabbed alongside him. So let me see. Let me see. I thought I held something. I apologize if I didn't. Okay, let me go here. I know where I heard it. I thought I held it. Keith Edwards is talking about this. Okay, I'm gonna put this. This is the second link in my description box. Let me share it with you.
Some really sad breaking news. I'm going to tell you what is confirmed, and then we also have some unconfirmed reporting that I can bring you exclusively here. TMZ is reporting that Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were found dead at their LA home. Wounds were consistent with a knife. Now, before I go any further, there is absolutely zero sign at this moment that this is politically motivated. Okay, now we do know that Rob Reiner was very active in Democratic politics, and there are a lot of people on the internet who are very upset about this. MAGA at the moment is celebrating this death. It's very, 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 very disgusting, despicable behavior. And my thoughts and prayers are with any and all who are close to this family.
Now, why is there a political angle? Because Rob Reiner was very active in Democratic politics. Now, the one thing that I will say, I can't remember exactly. It might have been on CNN. It obviously had to be on CNN because CNN has turned into the proxy for the Republican voice. So that's neither here nor there. But I'm telling you that it has been reported that Turning Point USA came out and made a firm statement that no one should be celebrating Rob Reiner's death because of course because during after the Charlie Kirk's death, that Rob Reiner was very sympathetic and had great, kind words to say about Charlie Kirk, and he was very not words to say about him as an individual, but had kind words to say about how it was unacceptable for him to be shot down like the way he was shot down. So Turning Point USA has come out with a statement saying that no one should be celebrating his death. Kind of like people who were not in politics but had a stance on political agendas. They came out and made a statement. Unfortunately, Charlie Kirk's dingbat wife never made a statement. Refused to make a statement about the things that 4547 was saying about people in Congress needing to be hung, or the things that the ramping up of political violence that was done by Trump when asked directly, she would not condemn that. But that's neither here, yeah, that's here or there. That's where I put it, right here. All right, let's continue.
Now, as I said, the wounds were consistent with a knife, and there is someone who is being actively investigated that I'll tell you in just a moment. But Rob Reiner, the legendary director, and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, have died. TMZ has confirmed. And as they reported previously, 2 dead bodies were found, and they are Rob and Michelle's in their Brentwood home Sunday afternoon. Law enforcement told TMZ that it was the Reiners. Sources say that the 2 suffered lacerations consistent with a knife. The LAPD's robbery homicide division is still investigating, and then TMZ goes into some background about Rob and Michelle. Now, Rob and Michelle have 3 kids together, Jake, Nick, and Romy. Rob also has a daughter, Tracy, from his first marriage to director Penny Marshall. Rob was 78, Michelle was 68. Okay, and then we have some more reporting here. It says here that, now this is unconfirmed. This is from Tim Pingle's YouTube Live, and this is what we're learning here.
They've already hauled away, from what we're hearing, allegedly, it was Nick, the son. We know a family member was moved by SWAT. I can't confirm or deny who it was. They've already hauled.
Okay, and I can also tell you that Don Lemon is reporting the same thing. Now, this is all confirmed, but he's also hearing the same thing, that it could have been the son, Nick. And his son, Nick, it was reported, has had issues with addiction. Now, we're also learning, too, as it says here, that a knife was used. This is the New York Post reconfirming what the TMZ said. Detectives from LAPD's robbery homicide division were also at the scene. A spokesperson for the department said a knife is believed to have been used in the attack. And the New York Post also reports that officers were called to the home Sunday afternoon where they discovered a man and woman with stab wounds, also confirming TMZ's reporting. So we will learn more as this goes on, but I kind of wanted to jump on here, even though we don't have as much information as we would like at this time. But what quite often happens in these breaking news environments is that MAGA likes to spread misinformation during the fog of war. So it is absolutely imperative, while we don't know exactly what happened, that these are the facts as they stand right now. There is absolutely no sign that this is politically motivated. That could change, but at this moment, there's absolutely no sign of it. The suspect that we're hearing right now, I want to make sure I have this right, because I think I have, yes. Don Lemon is reporting that Rob's son is a person of interest, and we're also hearing that he may be in custody at this moment, but we're still not sure. But we are just kind of learning. We are waiting for more information to come out at this moment. So we will bring you more as we have it, but that is what we know so far. So it is, I'm just going to say.
Okay, that link is in my description box. Rest in peace to Rob Reiner and his wife. If you guys are not familiar with Meathead, Meathead is the first of me getting to some type of understanding of Rob Reiner. My father used to always watch the Archie Bunker show, and Archie Bunker was a cantankerous, racist New Yorker, and Meathead. He was a very very liberal person, and he and Archie used to always go toe to toe and go at it. And he lived. A Meathead was Archie's son-in-law, and they would always have arguments toe to toe about Archie's racism, classism, sexism, and all of the isms that Archie Bunker displayed. So that is the first place where I discovered Rob Reiner. And so I've known about him all of my life. So Rob Reiner has kind eyes. So he also created a foundation to teach young children, or to put them in school, or to let me see if I can give to have young children go to school early and all of this type of stuff. I mean, if you're from California, you know Rob Reiner was every. Let me see. Hold on. Now, okay. Let me find a tribute. I let me find a tribute and give you more information. Let me share this with you.
Dead at 78 and 60. Beloved TV and film icon Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle dead at 78 and 68 per TMZ. There was a major police presence at their LA home on Sunday, but few details are available to the public at this time. We do know the LAPD is investigating as a murder, and TMZ reports Rob and Michelle appeared to be killed by a knife.
You are celebrating head to toe tonight.
Well, you know, shameless promotion. That's what we've got here.
E.T. was with the actor turned director just months ago as he celebrated revisiting Spinal Tap 41 years later.
41 years later, the band is back together. I mean, your initial reaction when you guys were like, let's do this.
Well, at first we said, let's not do this because we had, set a pretty high bar. It's in the National Film Registry from the Library of Congress. This goes to 11 is in the Oxford English Dictionary. We said, maybe we don't touch it. But then we came up with an idea. We had an idea of how to do this, and we wouldn't do it unless we knew this could stand alone. Even if you haven't seen the first film, you can dig this one too.
Stick with ET for more updates as this case unfolds.
Oh, they didn't give any information. I'm trying to. Let me see. Here we go.
Following some breaking news, Rob Reiner's son, Nick Reiner, is now in custody after Rob Reiner and his wife were found dead from apparent homicides at their home in Los Angeles yesterday. Let's bring in CBS News senior coordinating producer for crime and public safety, Anna Schechter. Anna, this had been sort of out there for quite some time, but what are we learning now that we can confirm?
Well, we've just confirmed that their son, Nick Reiner, was arrested on Sunday.
So yesterday, yeah.
Yesterday, last night, he was booked today. He's being held on $4 million a bond, and there are no charges listed in the Los Angeles County records that we've reviewed. So we are awaiting those charges, information on those charges, and the next steps. Will he be arraigned today or tomorrow? Will those charges be read to him? But right now we know that Nick is in custody at this time. We can also report he's one of the 3 children. They had 2 sons and a daughter. He had spoken publicly about his substance abuse issues in the past. He talked about having been homeless, living on the streets. He and his father actually worked together on a film based on that experience years ago.
Being Charlie.
Exactly, exactly. And so this is just such a tragic turn of events. And yes, we were hearing, even late last night, we were kind of hearing reports that it was a family member, that it was one of his sons, potentially Nick, and now we have that confirmed.
And what's incredibly disturbing to me is the time. I mean, it happened in the middle of the day, right? Like, that's what they think, around 3, or is that when they first discovered?
They discovered the couple they were already dead, and that they had been dead for some period of time. We do not have a time of death. Now, the medical examiner was there for hours, so let's wait and see what the medical examiner says. Usually a medical examiner will...
Damn, she actually looks like Penny Marshall. He had a type. She kind of looks like Penny Marshall.
Give an estimated time of death. So we don't know exactly when the alleged murder happened, but we know they were found yesterday afternoon, just a afternoon time, not like in the middle of the night or anything like that.
Around 3:30.
Nick's sister lives across the street. There have been reports that she actually was the one who found them. So we're drilling down on that. But what a tragedy for this family. And, just recently, a couple months ago, Leslie Stahl sat down with him for 60 minutes for an interview. It's just unbelievable.
What's incredibly disturbing and striking to me is not just in the... Rob Reiner brought so much joy to millions of people. He was such a prolific artist. And his films, as we've talked about, range in genre from comedies, obviously, love stories, horror films. When Misery, people forget that he did Misery.
I forgot that.
The American President, which was a movie that for me, gave me a little bit of an insight into what life as a president of the United States could be. Michael Douglas.
Such a range.
It's such a range.
And excellence within that range.
And to then to meet your end in such a violent way, and now with the suspect being the child that you taught how to ride a bike, and that you once gave a baby bottle to. It is incredibly sad. And also, we're in day 1 of Hanukkah. Rob Reiner and his family were towering figures in the Jewish community in Los Angeles.
They were probably getting ready to celebrate
100%
the first night of Hanukkah.
That's right. There's a Truth Social post by the President of the United States. I want to post it. I want to show it to our viewers here. And the president says, quote, "A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy stars, passed away together with his wife, Michelle."
Okay. A tortured and struggling. Where was he tortured and struggling? But once a very talented movie director and comedy star. Was he tortured and struggling and once a talented movie director and comedy star because he participated in Democratic politics? This man has absolutely no shame. Absolutely no shame. As he's tortured and struggling. Ugh, he disgusts me.
Reportedly, due to the anger, Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy stars, passed away together with his wife, Michelle. Reportedly, due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement.
That's your president. That is your ignorant as president. Due to the massive anger he caused others, he hurt your feelings. He hurt your feelings. The man who ignorance have put in the highest office in the land, and your feelings are hurt behind a movie director's personal politics, and all of a sudden he is uh, angry. He is angry and tortured and struggling because he angered you. He's oh my God, this man is absolutely disgusting. This is the first time I saw this. It seems like uh, the people who use this made up term, Trump derangement syndrome, are the ones who are deranged with a syndrome in conjunction with Trump. I am so sick of grown adults saying this Trump derangement syndrome as if it is something real. Because nothing about these people who use these terms and put out this propaganda are not serious people. These are unserious people who think that are think they are turning it, think they are reading to the gods when they use this stupid Trump derangement syndrome bullshit. This is how gracious he can be. But let's not forget, he wanted us to believe that Charlie Kirk was like a son to him. And when they asked him how he was faring up a couple of days later, he said, very well, let's talk about the ballroom. And then tried to get Jimmy Kimmel fired because he accurately replayed that for him. And the world saw how ridiculous this man really is. But they want you to believe that they care about anybody. They don't care about anybody but people who they can get rich from and that are making them richer. Ugh, what a clown ass. Oh my goodness.
Syndrome. First of all, Rob Reiner was not struggling. I'll just say that. I'll fact check that right now. The movies that he helmed, even just recently, it's what's crazy to me is I just watched Spinal Tap 2, like the reboot of Spinal Tap this weekend.
Yeah.
And also, coincidentally, this weekend I had sent a very close friend of mine a clip from All in the Family of one of my favorite scenes from All in the Family with Rob Reiner as Mike Stivic, Meathead, affectionately called by Archie.
He was also an activist, right? And
yes, and that's what I think the president is railing at.
Yeah, he was a critic of Donald Trump, and he was an activist for liberal causes, and so there you have.
Except that the police have not indicated at all if this murder, as the president seems to suggest in his post, is in any way tied to that activism.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, his son is in custody, and what we know is his son has struggled for a long time with substance abuse issues, and that's where we stand with that. Again, the next steps will be potentially an arraignment hearing where charges will be read to Nick Reiner. He'll be asked if he understands those charges. He'll respond. We probably won't get a plea right away. We might. But that system will start to kick into effect, and it will unfold over the coming days.
Yeah. All right. Anna, thank you very much, as always. Appreciate you.
Okay. These links, all three of those links are in my description box. What movie I saw this weekend? It was a weekend about them. I concur, Michelle. That's just an asinine thing to say. How is this the president for anybody? I concur. The movie that I saw this weekend was the movie about Nuremberg. They had a psychiatrist who was over the people who were caught after the Holocaust, the main leaders, the number 2 and number 3 under Hitler, and they assigned a psychiatrist to them. If now the movie came out months ago. I I think sometime in October, and it's still in the theaters. My husband and myself were the only people in the matinee for this movie, and I've always wondered. You hear about them catching people who escaped to Argentina. The place that got 40 billion of our tax dollars to pull them out of debt. These people have been captured all over the world who escape um, the Nuremberg trials. So the number one and the number two under Hitler were held in a prison, and they went to court, and they got their judgment, and it was very interesting because the number two, he he hid a cyanide pill, and after when they came to get him out of his cell to hang him. I thought that they were gonna hang them outside. No, they hung these people in like a gymnasium with people sitting in chairs and in seats, and they had the gallows right there at the front, looking like a stage, and they hung these people. So the number two, when they went to get him out of his cell, he had snuck a cyanide pill, and he wanted to do everything on his terms. He initially denied knowing what was happening in the concentration camps. He said, "Oh, you mean the work camps? I don't know anything about that." So I said that to say this. I said that to say this. Um, hopefully, hopefully, the crimes that are being committed in our government will be adjudicated by a court of law. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So, rest in peace, Rob Reiner, and I think her name was Michelle. Um, my husband, had a different viewpoint. Um, when he heard that Rob Reiner did so much for other people and tried to make sure children were okay and were able to get into learning programs, he said, "I don't understand how someone, this is his opinion. He said, I don't understand how someone can do so much for other people and didn't do enough for his son, his own child." And I said, well, you cannot. My opinion was, you cannot help everybody. Who's to say that he didn't uh, do all that he felt that he could for his child, and his child wanted to be an adult and do drugs. I say they say he had mental health issues. Was that a part of his drug use? I don't know. I don't know. But my husband was quite affirmative on parents being able to uh, take hold and to get their children mandatory treatment, especially with someone who has the means in which that Rob Reiner had. I don't think I don't think that Rob Reiner is to blame for the way his child had had turned out. I don't know have any proof to say that any of the way his child turned out is his fault. Everybody have their own individual lives. However, that it is a fact that you can have a family member involuntary committed. I don't know. I don't know. There's two sides to this story. None of us know the ins and outs, but he is basing it solely on laws that are available to family members, and with a family member with so much means that they could have intervened. You know, Everyone's going to have their own opinion. I can't say anyone's opinion is wrong. I can just say my opinion is right. That's all I can say. You understand? I see what he's saying, but some people aren't able to be helped. Okay, Rob Reiner. Oh, I, I think Eddie. I think you're a weirdo. I think you are the weirdo. Okay, so now that's diabolical. Let me see, Sarah. You was talking about what is the name of that show? I used to love that show. Alf Garnett. He was exactly the same. Uh, to Death Do Us Part. Was that with Hyacinth? Is that show with Hyacinth? I love that show. Oh my God. Z Sarah, I love that British show Until Death Do Us Part with Hyacinth. Oh, Karen ass Hyacinth in there. Yeah, Till Death Do Us Part. Isn't that the name of it? I think that isn't that the name of it? Let me see. Let me go back up. I think that's the name of it. Keeping Up Appearances. Yes, that's the one. Keeping Up Appearances. I love that show. When you said that earlier in the chat, I thought that was the show that you were talking about. Keeping Up Appearances. If you guys haven't watched that British show, Keeping Up Appearances, oh my God, she embarrasses her husband. She's a whole British Karen, and she's always into some bullshit. And then when she realized she fucked up, she always act like, oh well, it wasn't my fault. It was their fault, and it's nothing else to see here. Carry on, shoo shoo. I love that. Keeping Up Appearances. My bad. Now, I talked to you guys a little bit about Erica Kirk. Now, also, do you know that Erica Kirk and Candace Owens are supposed to be meeting today? I don't know if it's supposed to be uh, an interview on television or if they are going to meet in private. So there's supposed to be a meeting with Erica Kirk today. Now, I want to share with you what Erica Kirk refused to say the hate, all of this hate mongering that 45 and 47 has been doing, while at the same time writing laws saying if anybody writing executive orders about anybody saying anything bad about Charlie Kirk. They are going to be basically deemed to be Antifa and anti-government and all of this bullshit that the right was saying after Charlie Kirk died. And he has spewed nothing but hatred and rhetoric that so many people in Congress have been getting threats behind the things that he has been saying ever since. But they want you to believe that the left are the ones who are creating violent rhetoric. Let that sink in. And I just showed you what he had to say about Rob Reiner. Like Rob Reiner was going through some hard times, bad time. What he used to be a great actor until this, that, and the other. Let me share this with you. This bitch who can't stay off TV, who watching her kids. I thought that these trad wives were devoted to their families, and this bitch ain't seen a camera, a camera she don't sit down in front of. And roll her eyes to the sky and tap non teary eyes with Kleenex as if she's crying. Who? And Barry Weiss. I thought Barry Weiss was a dude. I thought Barry Weiss was a dude. You know, the Barry Weiss over CBS who is turning it into a whole right-wing propaganda machine. Instead, she is supposed to be an executive at CBS. But she couldn't have anybody interview this bitch who can't stay off TV but herself. When does the broadcast executive sit down and do interviews with people? The agenda is at hand. Let's continue. I'm gonna put this in my description box as no tears.
That Charlie ever spoke to was a Utah Valley student named Hunter Kozak. He was asking Charlie a question that day when he was shot, and he's here tonight, and he wants to ask you a question.
Erica, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your calls for peace and unity, and I'm likewise horrified by the people in my so-called camp who were cheering about Charlie's murder. I believe that they stoke the flames of violence. But even worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of the aisle stoke the flames. And this leads me to Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth. Just last month, President Trump called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was punishable by death. He then reposted a simple message: hang them. Will you condemn the violent rhetoric of Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth?
I understand your sentiment, but this is also so much deeper than just one person. No, I will never agree with political violence.
Do you think our political leaders have a responsibility to turn the temperature down right now?
Well, I think everyone has a responsibility to do that, and I'm doing my part. I'm not in control of other people.
I mean, what she says isn't entirely wrong, but it's a non sequitur, meaning it does not follow the question that was asked. And actually, she puts an effort to dodge and weave around the question that was asked. She is intentionally dodging the name Donald Trump, the topic of Donald Trump's rhetoric. She vaguely refers to this being, quote unquote, bigger than one person, which is a way to sidestep this all when she was asked specifically about one person. The PR trained answer is rather transparent because you see where she's going with it.
The last person that Charlie ever spoke to was a
Okay, maybe that's a good enough answer for some, but I agree that she was definitely dodging the question. What say you? That link is in my description box. Now, I have a couple of more things I want to share with you. Ilhan Omar, the Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, a Somalian Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who represents Minnesota. Her son was stopped by ICE agents, hemmed up, and told that they needed to identify him, but they knew exactly where to go to find him. You know, Ilhan Omar, who 4547 said was trash, and that he alleged that she was married to her brother to get citizenships in the United States. That Ilhan Omar. So the real reason Trump hates Ilhan Omar. I want you guys to check this little clip out. It will be in my description box as well. Let me start it over, make sure I get everything.
We're all obsessed with Representative Ilhan Omar, okay? The Medicare for All policies, the smile, the fact that she went from a refugee camp to U.S. Congress in a matter of decades. Yeah, she's bae. But no one is more obsessed with Ilhan Omar than Donald Trump, who has made her and the Somali community the target of some of the most hate-fueled vitriol we've ever seen from him, which is a high watermark for a racist who's looking very soggy lately.
I love this Ilhan Omar, whatever the hell her name is, with the little shoe, the little turban. She comes from a country where, I mean, it's considered about the worst country in the world, right? She should get the hell out, throw the hell out. She does nothing but complain.
Yeah, those are send her back chants. at a time when ICE thugs are disappearing Somali immigrants and even Somali American citizens in places like the Twin Cities. But it's ironic that Trump thinks that Somalia is one of the worst countries without mentioning the fact that his regime has not only cut all humanitarian aid to the country, but has been bombing it at a relentless pace, with at least 45 strikes in 2025, only to be outdone by his previous 4 years in office with 219 strikes, which was 3 times what it was under Bush, Obama, and Biden. Somalia has long been part of the US's failed war on terror, and these drone strikes have only further polarized the country and emboldened extremist groups like Al-Shabaab and ISIL. There's been no accountability or transparency around drone strikes either. They've killed dozens, if not hundreds, of civilians, which Amnesty International has said could amount to war crimes. Look, I know this is a bold suggestion, but maybe all of the American bombing is what makes Somalia not a great place to raise a family. It might make a family, I don't know, move to the United States. Again, MAGA still unable to grasp the consequences of US militarism, even when it helps their xenophobic cause. I'm trying to help you.
I love her. She comes in, does nothing but bitch. She's always complaining.
And maybe all that so-called bitching that Representative Ilhan Omar does is actually advocating for an American foreign policy that doesn't bomb its way through crises, but centers humanitarianism and diplomacy, the very things that helped a young girl become the courageous leader she is today. Which brings me to the real reason that Trump and MAGA hate Ilhan Omar. It's because they hate the idea of a world that helps refugees and allows them to become leaders. Leaders capable of tearing down their tired ideas of hate. She is the best of us, and he's just so soggy.
Okay, now I've been telling you guys that 4547 was bombing Somalia since his first week in the government. So this Somalia thing, and they've been failing at it. What has this administration been successful at? So it has gotten to the point now that 4547 is actually now. It would be a remiss of me to not tell you about the shooting in, oh my god, the shooting that happened in Australia at Bondi Beach, the first day of the Sabbath. And 4547 came out and said it was an anti-Semitic attack. That's what he came out and said. It was a father and son, and I think 15 people lost their lives during this attack. And it was an Arab man who actually ambushed one of the shooters. The shooter was shooting from behind a tree, and you see a man go up behind him, and he had it looked like an AR-15. It was a long rifle, and he risked his life, ran up and caught this man. He was shot in the arm as well. I know that one of the shooters lost their lives by when the police showed up. I'm not sure about the second shooter, but I do know that your president and came out and immediately said that this was some anti-Semitic attack. Before he knew any information. But I find it real curious that your president is also supporting the far right wing of all of these European nations, all of these anti-Semitic people who are running for office. Is who Elon Musk, who supported over there in England, that far right wing. They can support them into to try to ruin the EU. Now, Trump came out last week with his diplomatic plan for the EU, and basically, Trump said that if the EU continues to take in immigrants to their country, they are going to ruin their country and they will not have a country. What is this? This is rhetoric. Why is he spouting this rhetoric? Because this is what the rhetoric that the people on the far right, that people like 45, 47 are spouting. And in addition to that rhetoric, they are also spouting anti-Semitic rhetoric. But we are supposed to believe that this administration give anything a fuck about anti-Semitism. No, they give zero fucks about anti-Semitism. They give a fuck about ruining Europe. That is why the person that they are supporting in Germany is a. They said that the person that I can't say they said. My mom don't allow me. It is reported that the person in Germany that they are reporting is a far right anti-Semitic person who is hand step with Vladimir Putin. And why is your administration supporting this person? Why is your administration supporting this person? To the point that the German chancellor himself, not underling, not someone in his steed. No, the actual German chancellor went to the meeting with Zelensky from the Ukraine to try to make some peace between the real estate magnate that 45, 47, Steve Witkoff, the person who has never been in government, is one of his real estate buddies, who is supposed to be brokering peace between Russia and Ukraine. So why is the German chancellor making sure that he shows up with Zelensky? And who else is trying to broker peace? Not no one from our State Department, not no one in our government, Jared Kushner. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Why did the German chancellor feel that it is so important? Because your president said that if EU continue to do something that he don't like, which is take in immigrants, that they won't have a country. They won't have a European Union anymore. How will they not have a European Union anymore? They will not have a European Union anymore if they accept the terms that was given to 45, 47 and his minions, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, to present a fucking peace agreement to Zelensky that he must give up most of his territories and he can only have X amount of people in his military. That's how they would lose, because then they would fucking give up. They will give up everything to Vladimir Putin, who invaded Ukraine. And if he invaded Ukraine and is to get all of this land in Ukraine, what you think he's going to stop? He's already been flying drones over Poland and other EU countries. You think that it is expected that Vladimir Putin is supposed to get everything that he wants in Ukraine and then continue to march into EU territories. That's what he means, that there will be no more EU. He doesn't want there to be any more EU. He's trying to blame it on the European Union. He doesn't even want a G7 anymore. He wants to disrupt the G7. This is your president. And he wants what did we talk about, the hemisphere of influence, which China, Russia, and the United States will control. This is what your president is trying to do. And surely Germany and the rest of the European unions will be in jeopardy if they sit back and pretend like your president is trying to broker peace in the Ukraine. So I wanted to tell you guys about that. Let me see. The head of MI5 in Britain said we are already at war with Russia due to their shadow tactics. Isn't that something? USA supporting Tommy Robinson in the UA, a convicted racist and criminal who can never be elected because of the length of his prison sentence. They have a target of 300,000 a year. Let me see. Spain is actually encouraging immigrants from Africa in particular, and it has one of the fastest growing economies in Europe. Let the statistics tell it. They're causing a lot of trouble and destabilizing Europe. That's exactly what they are doing. A lot of Somalian people had to leave for Kenya and Ethiopia because of the West bombing of their country. Yeah. So this is what let's get into a little bit of that since I since I brought it up. Let's talk about it a little more. I want to show you the German chancellor sitting down. Maybe it's here. Here we are. Let me share this with you. This is in my description box. It is titled The EU.
Trump is receiving the message from furious European leaders that Trump should have received a long time ago. Europe is done with Donald Trump. Europe is done with the United States as long as it is led by Donald Trump. The Pax Americana, Europe recognizing its alliance with the United States as a powerful force for good, recognizing America's leadership in the world, that is over. Now, Germany's Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, delivered a powerful speech in Germany where he declares the Pax Americana, which existed for decades, is over. Let me share with you what Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, said at this powerful speech in Germany. Let's play this clip.
I will come back to this point shortly in the context of foreign and security policy. But, dear friends, the decades of Pax Americana are largely over for us in Europe and indeed for us in Germany. It's not the same as we once knew it, and no amount of nostalgia will help, and I'd be one of the last who wouldn't gladly give in to such nostalgia. But it's no use. That's how it is. The Americans are now very, very firmly asserting their own interests, and that can only mean one answer, that we must now also assert our own interests. And my dear friends, we are not nearly as weak. We are not nearly as insignificant.
Right now, that speech took place right before a meeting was set to take place between the Ukrainian delegation, who actually wants peace and a ceasefire, and the hostile American delegation, which at this stage is doing the bidding of Russia, doing the bidding of Putin, and trying to get Ukraine to surrender most of its eastern territory to Putin, which Putin will then use to then launch an invasion of Kyiv and then go further into Europe. Now, at this meeting that took place between the American delegation and the Ukrainian delegation, Chancellor Merz, who you just heard in that speech, was there. And he inserted himself representing the interests of Europe as allied with Ukraine, and he sat right in the center of the Ukrainians, and he was directly across from the American delegation of Witkoff and Kushner and others. I'll talk about that meeting in just a moment, but I want to share with you another powerful portion of Friedrich Merz's speech that he gave before that meeting, where he talked about how the ambitions of Putin are like those of Hitler, and that if we want to avoid a World War III, it is important right now to defend Ukraine. Ukraine's future is Europe's future. Watch what he says here. Let's play this clip.
Das ist ein Angriffskrieg. This is a war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine. It is against Europe. And if Ukraine falls, then he will not stop. Just as in 1938, the Sudetenland was not enough. Putin will not stop. And for anyone who still genuinely believes today that they have had enough of this, they should please meticulously examine his strategies, his official papers, his public speeches, and all of his appearances.
So then the meeting took place between that American delegation, Steve Witkoff, in my opinion, a Putin bootlicker, Kushner, a Putin and Middle East Saudi bootlicker. And then you had Zelensky there on behalf of Ukraine and others representing the Ukrainian delegation. And we already knew that it's a foregone conclusion that these discussions are not going to be fruitful. And the way we know that is because if you listen to what Putin has been saying, if you listen to what Putin's top aides have been saying, the foreign ministers, the press secretaries, they're all saying that what they want is absolute surrender of Ukraine. And so what Putin is doing and what Trump is doing with his envoys are just trying to figure out these soft spots in order to try to get Ukraine to fully surrender or to buy time while Putin tries to claim that he's making advances on the front lines, which Putin is not doing, or at least not doing anywhere near the speed to which he's representing. So let me give you an example right here, what we've heard just in the past day or two. So the Russian ambassador to the UK, Andrei Kellen, here's what he's saying. This is what Russia is saying, just so you have no doubt the dynamics here, because I only want to bring you the receipts and show you the facts. On the one hand, Ukraine wants ceasefire and peace. That could take place immediately. What does Russia want? Russia wants total surrender. And you'll hear the Russian ambassador to the UK saying as such. Here, play this clip.
I mean, you have always said you want a comprehensive plan, but Trump is clearly impatient and he wants some progress quickly. Now, there was a 28-point plan. I don't know whether you know what was in it. And then there was a new version that he talked about last week. What do you understand his plan to be?
Definitely, it should not be a deal. At the moment, we have to talk about surrender, because Kiev should think not about the deal, but definitely the situation on the ground, situation in economics of Ukraine, situation in Europe where there is no more money, spare money for Ukraine. They put Kiev in condition when they have to think how to save the state, not to be a failed state.
So you're saying it should be a surrender?
It should be definitely a certain surrender.
I mean, that is not the basis for peace talks, is it? Peace talks have to be about a deal and a compromise, not a surrender. Nobody wants to surrender.
No. The issue of talks, probably, I'm not sure about Europeans. They're talking about a deal. But a deal is a different thing. A deal when there is a certain balance of on the field, but there is no balance on the field.
You think you're winning?
There is a winning. We are in the winning situation, definitely, because the front line is moving very quickly. The advancement.
I mean, very quickly is a big claim, isn't it? It's actually moved very slowly. Over 4 years.
It is in your newspapers. But in fact, what is happening is that it is becoming quicker and quicker.
Now, as Gary Kasparov notes, these fake peace plans represent a full year of fake negotiations coordinated by Russia and Trump's White House to prevent and delay stronger action by Europe. Their only real negotiations were in private over how to profit off of dismembering Ukraine. Julia Davis writes, I've been saying it for years. Based on their own statements, Russia is only interested in Ukraine's capitulation, which they would also consider America's defeat, as well as an irreparable damage to NATO and the West as a whole. Jay in Kiev says exactly, to Russia, Ukraine's defeat assures America's defeat, which Donald Trump doesn't realize or Donald Trump doesn't care about. Ukraine is just the most crucial step in the process. of eliminating Western democracy. Russians are astonished that they managed to convince the U.S. to take the biggest step in that process voluntarily.
Look, last minute shopping during the holidays is the worst. You're probably running out of ideas. The stores are packed and forget about
Hold on.
parking. That's why Aura Frames has become my go-to last minute lifesaver. It's a gift that
in between the American delegation, Witkoff and Kushner, to what you're
us at checkout. Terms and conditions apply.
So now let me show you what Yuri Yushakov said the same day the meeting took place in Berlin between the American delegation, Witkoff and Kushner and others, and the Ukrainian delegation, Zelensky and others. Now, just to remind you, Yushakov was the guy who was on that phone call with Witkoff that Bloomberg got its hands on, where they were mocking Zelensky and talking about the plan of surrender that they were collectively, the U.S. and Russia, forcing upon Ukraine. Ukraine was able to, with the help of European intelligence services, in my opinion, identify that phone call, expose it, which set back what the Russians and Americans under Trump were trying to do. But watch what Yushakov says here. He goes, I think that any contribution of the Ukrainians and the Europeans to these documents, meaning the plan of surrender, are unlikely to be constructive and will not result in any deal, because Russia doesn't want a peace deal. They want the surrender plan. Listen to what Yushakov says so you can hear in your own word, and you can hear for yourself in his own words. Here, play this clip.
Well, I think the Ukrainian and European contribution to these papers will hardly be constructive. That's the problem.
You haven't seen them yet, you said.
They haven't been seen yet, but if there are appropriate amendments, we will have very strong objections, because we very clearly outlined our position, which seemed quite understandable to the Americans.
What are the vehement objections about?
Well, concerning many of the points, there will be some completely unacceptable provisions for us, including on the territorial question, at least that's what I believe.
Is this the possible demilitarized zone in the Donetsk Republic that's currently being discussed?
Not only that, but the issue of territories was actively discussed here in Moscow. And Americans not only know, but also understand our stance. But what they'll achieve on paper after these talks, I don't know. But it's unlikely anything good will come.
But generally, this so-called Korean option, is it an option for us for such a separation from Ukraine or not?
We have never discussed this particular matter, not once. We have, however, discussed various options concerning a long-term settlement, and the Americans are fully aware of our proposed approaches. But to precisely...
There, you are fully aware of what we want, and you better go get it.
replicate the Korean model, that has never been discussed. In my honest opinion, not even once. I haven't even heard a single mention of it.
Now, while all of this was taking place, and by the way, the European leaders recognize this, right? If I recognize it, they recognize it. So Friedrich Merz and Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, and van der Leyen, the President of the European Union Commission, they know what Trump and Putin are up to here. And that's why you had Chancellor Merz at the center of the table representing Europe there and strongly pushing back against the surrender that Trump and Putin were trying to hoist upon Ukraine. While all of this was going on in the United States, and this stuff doesn't get reported a lot, so that's why we need to focus on it. As Michael Weiss writes, Sarah Rogers, the State Department official, I mean, she's the Undersecretary of State, top State Department official, like right under Rubio. Sarah Rogers, the State Department official who hectored Europeans about free speech, is seen here in this photo with a far-right German AfD deputy, Markus Frohnmayer, whom two Kremlin documents obtained by Der Spiegel, the great Germany media outlet, described as a parliamentarian under our absolute control. This is what our State Department in the U.S. is doing, bringing in someone from a far-right Putin bootlicking party in Germany, an extremist party, as extremist as you get, and this is who our State Department is uplifting. And you have Markus Frohnmayer, the extremist, the Putin bootlicker, as documented by Der Spiegel, says, my exchange with Undersecretary Sarah Rogers was a new national security strategy, has made it clear that Washington is seeking a strong German partner who is willing to take on responsibility. But do you see here, and I'm showing you this for a reason too, as you have the German chancellor standing with Ukraine, right, and asserting the strength together to stop what Putin's doing, do you see how behind the scenes Putin's people, AfD, are meeting with our State Department and trying to undermine those efforts on behalf of Putin with our top State Department officials? And then our Undersecretary of State, Sarah Rogers, here's what she says. She goes, unlike the Russian government, AfD took on an anti-censorship stance in its meeting with me last week. One reason they're gaining popularity with Germany. So our government, under the Trump regime, as outlined in that national security strategy memo I talked about that was released last week or 2 weeks ago, which talked about basically uplifting the far-right extremist groups to destroy the European Union and destroy NATO and the perception of NATO as a permanent organization. Here are the tangible steps that are being taken by the United States to do that. Also, you had Marcus Fronheimer meet with a guy by the name of Darren Beattie, State Department official who destroyed the Global Engagement Center, which mapped disinformation from foreign adversaries. Beattie has said that Western institutions should be infiltrated by Russia, an aspiration that evidently grows closer to being realized if you look like you just spent the night on a park bench, is what Michael Weiss says there as well. With all of that taking place, a few other data points I want to give you. So I've been reporting on these massive protests in Budapest, in Hungary, against the Orban regime. The latest involve Orban's version of the Epstein cover-up. In Hungary, the ruling party, the Orban authoritarian regime, is involved in this massive juvenile detention center, underage pedo-prostitution ring, basically, and abuse ring. When they tried to say, oh, we're the ones who are going to stop abuse, we're the ones who are going to stop the traffickers. They're the ones involved in it, right? Doesn't that pattern sound familiar about these far right-wing authoritarians? So here you had the main opposition leader, Peter Magyar, who is expected to win the upcoming election, although Orban's expected to do everything he can to work with Putin to subvert the election. Here's what Magyar says, and you'll just see how big this crowd is right here. Let's just play this clip. And while all of this is taking place, you have Donald Trump showing utter weakness. And, Donald Trump, while he attacks our European allies, Trump has coddled up to the, to terrorists and to authoritarians. So he coddled up to the former leader of Al-Qaeda, who's now the president of Syria. Jolani was his Al-Qaeda name. Now he goes by Ahmed al-Shara, but the former leader of Al-Qaeda, he's the guy who went to the White House, who Trump said, you're so handsome, and Trump put all the cologne and perfume on the guy and then started sniffing him. Like, Trump loves that guy. But what you need to know,
that was a lot. What you need to know is that your State Department is talking of this far right party who is trying to overthrow European leaders, presenting them as a free speech absolutist. The same thing that Elon Musk says that he was doing in the United States, that only turned X into a whole fucking racist page where people can say anything that they want to about other people. This is what they hate speech is, in my opinion, is what they are trying to have you think is free speech. Hate speech. This is what they are operating on. So our State Department, who is supposed to be an ally to Zelensky, is sitting up over here trying to make you believe that these European governments should be overthrown because of immigration, because they are not allowing free speech. People in the United States really don't get it. Because what the thing that they call free speech in the United States is they're so happy for free speech in the United States is they no longer have to blank out the word nigger. They want if they're not allowed to say nigger, you're impeding upon their free speech. That's not considered to be hate speech. See, they try to conflate hate speech with free speech, and it has already been completed in the United States. But this is the same United States who didn't want you to even repeat what Charlie Kirk said himself, or they were talking about closing down your social media accounts. But they want you to support the Russian and all of these right wingers who are promoting hate speech. Okay, let's continue. Oh, speaking of which, we got to talk about the stabbing in. We have to talk about the stabbing in Australia. We definitely have to talk about the shooting. I mean, at Brown University, and we're gonna have to talk about since they're talking about this Al Qaeda guy. You remember the Al Qaeda guy who is the interim president of Syria? You remember him? It is reported that three of their supporters are the ones who shot and killed three service members, United States service members. Do you hear? Do you see a big warship on their way to attack them? Do you hear of them putting five? What's it? 50,000 or more troops on the ground in Syria? No, you don't. No, you don't. He just had the president in the White House. So what say 45, 47 about our troops being shot in Syria, allegedly by some supporters of the interim president who our troops were fighting in Afghanistan? Did you hear him say anything about that? While he's talking about the problems that Rob Reiner had? You hear him talk about that? Let's continue. You hear any troops going to Syria to defend the lives of our war fighters, to defend the lives of our war fighters that were lost in Syria? Do you hear anything about that from this administration? Let's continue.
Is that in the past 24 hours, there have been 3 attacks by ISIS against the United States and one inside, and the links of ISIS have kind of permeated inside the Jolani transitional government, the Syrian transition government. So just the other night, last night, 4 members of the Road Safety Patrol under the Syrian Interior Ministry were killed, while several others were injured in an ambush-style attack. We then saw an ambush-style attack that killed American soldiers as well, and it was either ISIS permeating within the transitional government or just the government officials with ISIS sympathies, but you have a lot of this happening inside that government right now. So Syria is becoming an absolute nightmare right now as ISIS is reasserting itself there. And Trump is looking weaker than ever. You have Hamas asserting itself in Gaza right now. They never agreed to withdraw. You have the IDF still killing innocent Palestinians as well. In addition to their attacks on Hamas, we see the fact that innocent Palestinians still get killed. But Trump never secured Hamas, get Hamas out of there. What are we doing here? And Netanyahu never agreed to a 2-state solution. And Smotrich these people don't agree to a 2-state solution, and they never signed any deal. So you have all of this taking place across the world right now. And Trump has never looked weaker. And he's never, because he is weak. This is the most weak, pathetic stuff imaginable.
Okay, so that link is in my description box. I don't want anyone to be ignored in the chat. Please hit the like button. If you learned something new today, help me reach my goals. My goals are to tell you something that you may not have heard in this for-profit media that is beholden to our administration. Now, someone here, Vince Jackson, sounds like a black MAGA. Vince Jackson says Trump 2028. US. I thought it was USA. USA. I thought it was USA. What is this US? It's supposed to be USA, stupid. Okay. Trump is the GOAT. Is Trump the GOAT? This is the only rendition of a GOAT and a Trump that I am aware of. Trump is the GOAT. Let's hear the goatness of Trump.
Won't back down. No, I won't back down. You can stand me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down.
That's the GOAT.
Well, I won't back down. No, I won't back down.
Yes.
You can stand me up.
Yes, Trump is the GOAT. That Trump is a GOAT. Let's continue. Now, now, Z Sarah was talking about Julius Medema of the EFF in South Africa spoke on 4547 yesterday. I found it, Z Sarah. Let's hear a little bit of the speech. Now, several people were carrying his speech, and it struck me, it struck me that one of the people who was reviewing his speech, of course, was a corn-colored person who said that, this is he's on their parliament, but of course it's in South Africa. He's a convicted felon, and he's on the parliament. Of course, that would happen in South Africa. Well, corn for colored man, palm colored man. Of course, that would happen in South Africa. That he could only be on the parliament, because if you recall straightly, that we have a 42 convicted felon in the actual White House. He thought that he was reading and serving, talking about Medema's record, when we have a 42 convicted felon in the White House that he most likely put there. These people are insane. Let's hear, I didn't hear this speech. I am going to hear it for the first time. 4547 felt that he did not need to attend the G20 conference because it was held in South Africa. Now, let's understand that the president of South Africa and Medema, even though he is a part of parliament, do not agree on many things. Kind of like the Democrats and the Republicans don't agree on the same things, but they are a part of our government. Kind of like that. So this is what I know about Medema. So let's get into it.
I didn't realize Snow was taller than me. Thank you very much, the officials of the EFF, members of the media, the people of South Africa, and the ground forces of the Economic Freedom Fighters. The Economic Freedom Fighters held its 4th Central Command Team meeting on the 3rd of the 3rd National People's Assembly at the Zebula Golf Estate in Bela from the 5th to the 7th of December 2025. The Central Command Team reflected on the year 2025 in relation to organizational growth, governance, and with regard to the ability of the organization to champion grassroots struggles of ordinary people and struggling communities. the theme of the EFF in 2025 was the year of the picket lines, and it was a resounding success, which reaffirmed the EFF as the weapon of the poor and an enemy of domestic and global capital. This year, we demonstrated that our struggle does not end.
The enemy of global capitalism. So do you think that this capitalist society is here for anything this man has to say? I think not, because he is championing the poor. Do you think that this world view champions the poor? No, they champion the rich. That's why they're making more and more people poor. Let's continue.
And the picket lines. It advances directly into the chambers of parliament, where we translate the people's demand into legislative action.
And another question. See, I don't know anything about him. Maybe Z Sarah can help me. Now, another commentator was talking about that this man is a convicted criminal. But what crime was he convicted of? Was he convicted of essaying a woman in a department store, like our president was convicted of this charge? Was he convicted? No, he wasn't a charge. I forget what the charge exactly was with her. But that it surrounded their encounter in a department store where she was SA'd by him, and he was convicted for that. Was that one of the crimes he was? I don't know what he was convicted of. If it was something, a violent crime, I'm sure this palm-colored person would have said that, hey, he was convicted of this crime, that crime. What crime was he convicted of, Sarah?
We decided to internalize, as a matter of fact, the guidance of Cabral, who taught us that open code, every practice produces theory, close quote, and that open code, nobody has yet made a successful revolution without a revolutionary theory, close quote. Our actions, therefore, are a conscious and unapologetic application of this truth. The CCT was further appraised on the key resolutions taken by the Third National People's Assembly, which was to dissolve regional structures which were not fit for purpose and instead establish sub-regional structures across the country's municipalities. Further to this, a key organizational achievement for 2025 was the launch of the EFF Youth Command, succeeding the Student Command. This strategic reorganization, resolved upon by the Third National People's Assembly, consolidates our youth leadership and empower the next generation of fighters for the battles ahead, including the crucial 2026 local government elections. As of today, out of the 224 sub-regions in the country, the EFF has successfully set up 184 sub-regional structures, which represent an 82% completion rate towards having structures across the nation. We must applaud the successful early launches of sub-regional people's assemblies in provinces such as Limpopo and Mpumalanga, because they stand as a testament to the disciplined execution of this mandate. This is an incredible achievement, considering it was the first attempt at establishing these structures, and all sub-regional people's assemblies convened without a single incident of violence or bloodshed, and were all independently funded by sub-regional interim leadership corps and commissars who were deployed in the sub-regions. The CCT wishes to further congratulate the following provinces for reaching 100% target, meaning they launched all their sub-regions successfully. The provinces are Limpopo, Free State, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and Northwest. This must be commended, as it is an example of fulfilling the constitutional obligation in the EFF of completing a mandated task as expected. The CCT is further pleased with the patient work being done to build genuine and organic structures in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, and Western Cape, which are areas where the EFF has shown great potential, particularly in the 2024 national government elections. Particularly, the work in KZN has shown us that there continues to exist an appetite for the organization in the province, and such work must not be rushed and manipulated for compliance purposes, as we witnessed ahead of the elections in 2024. It is on the foundation of strong organizational structures that the EFF will turn its electoral fortunes around in the 2026 local government elections. And we wish to salute all delegates, members and ground forces who formed part of our structures from voting districts to a branch level for delivering successful people's assemblies. As the Central Command team reflected on the year, we made key observations on the successful organizational presence on the streets to demand the dignity of our people, but additionally on the qualitative contribution made in government. The EFF in Parliamentary Caucus was an example of excellence for the EFF and has improved in leaps and bounds, as in each and every committee and all matters of national importance, the EFF was a leading figure. Our vigilance extended across all departments, including our robust engagements in the defense budget vote, where we demanded accountability for military spending and the welfare of veterans. The defeat of the value-added tax VAT increases, which were proposed by the Government of National Unity earlier this year, through logical and superior logic debate by the EFF in the Standing Committee on Finance, the National Assembly, and ultimately the Western Cape High Court, remains a historical achievement for the organization. It was for the first time that the budget process was subjected to intense scrutiny, and first time that the budget process was subjected to intense scrutiny and revision. And National Treasury's neoliberal and austerity-based budgeting was confronted by the EFF utilizing the money bill and relevant legislation.
Oh man, they didn't have the whole thing here. Let me go back. I thought that it was going to be the whole speech. Let's check out this one.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Ronaldo here. So this video is going to focus on the convicted criminal known as Julius Malema, who is also the leader of the EFF and currently a member of parliament. Convicted criminal, member of parliament. Don't worry, that's how we roll in South Africa. You can be convicted of a crime and still be a member of parliament. Anyway.
I guess he doesn't understand that there's a convicted criminal that serves as the president of the United States. That is the fool that I was referencing. Let's move on. Is that AI? I'm pretty sure that is AI. That is his thumbnail. Let me find. Where is the speech that I? Here we go. Let me.
Brother, Julius Malema has made a speech, and this is one of his wildest. You've got to watch this. Crazy stuff. Let's go.
This is not going to end with Donald Trump as regime. Whoever says when Donald Trump leaves, this will change. It's not true. You know that Israel controls the USA.
What?
Taking the Israeli government to International Court of Justice is what has offended the USA.
Malema is not your friend. Do you hear that? I mean, the guy is blatant. He's not mashing his word. He's not trying to be diplomatic. He's going on the dot explosively. This is crazy. Let's go.
We don't think there is anything we've done or anything we've said that will worsen the situation between South Africa and Adolf Hitler.
What?
Of a modern day called Donald Trump. What? So you want to threaten me that you won't give me a visa to America or give me a visa to London? I don't care. I'll go to Africa and enjoy. The EFF has taken note of the rise of the US imperialism and fascism under the Donald Trump administration, which is engaged in a war crimes against people democratically and domestically and internationally. The onslaught on the people of Venezuela for the sole and admitted purpose of taking over Venezuela's oil refineries. The manipulation of the electoral processes in numerous elections in Latin America, the disruptive rule of Donald Trump in the Middle East, including threat to colonize the Gaza Strip after funding the genocide of Palestinians, has resulted in the EFF correctly characterizing Donald Trump as a reincarnation of Adolf Hitler.
Wow, do you hear that?
Yeah, we heard that. And I don't want to hear any more of your commentary on it. It seems like, let's continue.
About America. This guy doesn't give a flying duck. Let's go.
We recently condemned in the strongest terms the disgraceful and politically motivated decision by FIFA to award Donald Trump a so-called FIFA Peace Prize, an act which represents a direct violation of FIFA's own regulations and an endorsement of modern-day fascism. His attempt at an unilateral...
But I want to know, did he tell any lies? Did he tell any lies? Did he tell any lies? No.
Inviting and uninviting countries to the G20 simply because of his political interests further confirms the assessment that Donald Trump is the new Hitler that the world is faced with, and failure to recognize this reality will result in devastating consequences for the global political and economic order. Wow. The EFF reiterates its continued call for global solidarity against Donald Trump and his reckless policies, including trade, tariff, and foreign policy.
Global solidarity against Donald Trump, brother.
And he does not have to request it because the actions that the United States have taken under this administration are absolutely isolating the United States as he tries to do Hitler's bidding. I mean, not Hitler's. As he tries to do Putin's bidding. We would be remiss if he has not cozied up to authoritarian governments. And while at the same time quashing our constitutional rights here in the United States, having the media bow down and not report serious subjects that is going on in the United States. Let's continue.
Which is underpinned by a desire for war and sustaining of an economic built on military strength and imperialism rather than economic cooperation. Our stance is rooted in our foundational...
He's absolutely correct. The candidate of peace who has a unhinged, alleged steel drunkard at the top of the Pentagon, shooting down fishing boats with lawnmower motors on them, while using the military and the Coast Guard to board oil ships. You notice they're not bombing those oil ships? Did you notice that? They were able to capture the oil ships without bombing them. How so?
Pan-Africanist ideology, which demands African unity and resistance to all forms of neocolonialism and imperialism. The continent, the diaspora, and the world should cease from presenting themselves as subjects at the Oval Office.
You know, the world must cease to present themselves as subjects at the Oval Office.
You must quit bending your knee. I think that is pointed at what is his name? The president of South Africa, the president of South Africa, who went in there and heard him lie about Africana genocide and corrected him with a smile on his face while correcting him.
Give a
That was
flying duck
bullshit.
about that. This is crazy. Let's go.
In order to pledge loyalty to fascists. The first sign of resistance to the fascism of Donald Trump will arise at the coming G20 meeting. And contrary to the over-diplomatic stance of the South African government, the EFF calls for a boycott of the G20 in Miami, Florida, if South Africa is not allowed as a founding member as a result of the declaration by Donald Trump. The world has defeated fascism through solidarity, and there is no diplomacy with fascism. We must unite now or perish. The EFF wishes.
So what he's saying is that South Africa was a member of the G20, and if the G20, which will be held in Miami, Florida, hosted by the United States, if they in fact do not invite South Africa, that the whole world should basically boycott America. I don't think that the whole world is going to have to, because America is under this administration is isolating themselves for profiteering of this government and people in this government and their friends.
The people of South Africa a blessed and happy festive season, which must be characterized by love for those who are less fortunate. During this festive season, let us keep in mind and in prayers those who continue to live under oppression and conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Sudan, in Ethiopia, and
surely he must be mistaken, because 4547 said he has settled the war in the Congo. Surely. Is he mistaken? Oh, those are not friendly bullets that are still flying in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Those are friendly bullets. This is the happy season, as you said. Those are happy bullets that are still being shot in this ongoing war that 4547 set his happy feet down and signed signed on to receive rare earth minerals from that region. That's the only thing he wanted. He didn't give a fuck about these bullets that are still flying in this alleged peace agreement.
Palestine. Look, the oppression and conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Sudan, in Ethiopia, and Palestine. Look, the...
You got to be kidding me, sir. You don't know that he brokered a peace deal between Israeli and Palestine? How are you saying that they're still living under oppression? The war is over, or is it not? No, it's not.
Footage that is being played at the Oval Offices is being used to peddle lies about South Africa. And therefore, that cannot be used to persuade us to retreat from our stance, because there is nothing that we are saying which will strengthen the case for South Africa against Trump's position, which is very clear of...
He played these videos in the Oval Office when President Ramaphosa, what is his name? Ramaphosa, from South Africa was there. And nobody could tell him anything different. Somebody handed him a stack of papers. So therefore, whatever anyone said, he wanted to shame the president of South Africa and try to pretend like he had any facts about these lies that he was telling about a genocide in South Africa of white farmers, while ignoring the genocide that was going on in Palestine that he continued to support with our arms and money.
isolating South Africa. Case for South Africa against Trump's position, which is very clear of isolating South Africa.
So in other words, you're saying we don't give a continental. We're not afraid of you.
It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you do. The man has taken a decision to go against South Africa, not for what the EFF says, for the South African government position against Israel, taking the Israeli government to International Court of Justice is what has offended the USA.
Okay, so all the accusation about white farmers' genocide is a lie then?
The relationship of South Africa with China, with Russia, with Brazil and India, our participation in BRICS is what has offended the USA.
So South Africa is to be subjected to being told who's going to be their friend?
And South Africa is supposed to be chastised because they are part of the BRICS. That's what's going on. Let's he go right back to it.
Just asking. Or can they choose who they want to be friend with?
So it doesn't matter whether the EFF video is played or not. That is actually trying to find a reason because you have no other reason to attack South Africa and isolate it for its stance on Israel. So we don't think there is anything we've done or anything we've said that will worsen the situation.
Just so you know, the United States of America has made it clear South Africa is not invited to the G20 in America next year.
Between South Africa and Adolf Hitler of a modern day called Donald Trump. So,
wow,
it doesn't matter how many times you go to the Oval Office. Our president went there with his clowns to go and try and explain themselves. And it didn't work. The biggest clown of all of them is Kumbuzo Nchabeni, who came to me at the funeral of Didi Mabuza, unprovoked, and said to me, no, after that Oval Office meeting, Trump has assured her that he's going to attend the G20. Even Elon Musk, who's her friend, I don't know how they're friends, whether she was being boastful to me or what, for what purpose, I don't know, assured her that Trump is going to attend the G20. I'm talking here a minister of state security who has got no capacity to actually detect that there is no such a thing that is going to happen at the G20. So,
and it did not, in fact, happen. He was a no-show and sent no representation to the G20.
Really, South Africa must just assume its position and concentrate on internal investment, beneficiation, grow our economy, while we're still trying to find other international trading partners.
So, in other words, he's trying to say that because South Africa depends so much or greatly on AGOA, which is a deal with the United States of America, that is something that needs to be attended to. South Africa has to continuously diversify its markets, deal with other people. Now, my question to you is this one. Do you feel like Malema is perhaps too strong for his own good? Do you feel like his stance will scare most of the people that are not necessarily like you? Or do you think this is the stance Malema need to take in this imperative world that we're living in? Let me know.
This is not going to end with Donald Trump as regime. Whoever says when Donald Trump leaves, this will change. It's not true. You know that Israel controls the USA. Whoever is going to come after Trump, is going to be told that South Africa is hostile to Israel and therefore America has got no business.
Well, that's a big statement. That's a big statement.
With South Africa. So for as long as South Africa maintains its position against Israel, you must know that whatever happens, even if Trump dies tomorrow, we're still in a serious crisis for a very long time, and we need to prepare ourselves for this battle, which is ahead and which needs to be confronted with determination and without fear.
You ain't said nothing but a word. You have not said nothing but a word. I just don't understand how our nation is so dependent on another nation who we give so much financial support to. I don't understand why we have to, everyone has to have a certain view about Israel. I don't know let me tell you something. I don't know nothing about no Israel. I know absolutely nothing about Israel. I definitely know about the Holocaust. I know I met a woman who actually survived the Holocaust. A very, very sweet woman. I know about individuals. I do not support anybody because they are Israeli. I do not support wrongs that are going on this planet because people are Israelis, are African, or anything. I know people are individuals. So knowing people as individuals do not let me omit anything that anyone of their creed does. It doesn't do that. This woman, I met her, very outspoken, very feisty woman. When I met her, she was like either 93 or 97. I think it was 93. 93 years old. She was a painter, and she lived right down the street from me. And we got to and she told me she was used to be a painter, and told me, you know, the different places that she did ad work for, a lot of the high-end department stores in California that she actually did ad work for. And I told her, yeah, I like art. I painted some things. I'm trying to do a self-portrait, but it's not coming out right. She said, bring it down to my house and I'll help you with it. And I did just that. And I got to talk to this old Jewish Holocaust survivor, and she gave me so much information about her family. She showed me where she was tattooed on her arm. That's what the first time that I even heard that they used to tattoo the numbers of the people on their arms. And I actually saw this. I have nothing against Jewish people. I have something against genocide. That's what I have something against.
So Malema is saying that South Africa doesn't have beef with America. South Africa has a beef with Israel. Interesting.
It's not easy to fight America. It has never been easy. But like Fidel Castro, we're not going to retreat. Castro, under serious difficulties, under embargo by America now for more than 60 years. Cuba, without toilet papers. You know, in Cuba, when you go to a toilet,
use water.
Those things of toilet papers, you call them what? Ply. They count them for you. Huh? That thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, cut it and give you. They don't give you that thing of the whole roll to the bathroom.
Well, you may as well just use water. You know, it's cheap, it's affordable. Water's cleaner. You know, it's nicer. Yeah.
A bidet is always nice.
Use water. Do you use water?
Work it out.
That's how much bad it is. And we agreed with the TG that we need to join the mission of the Communist Party to send food worth 1 million to Cuba. We are suffering, we are poor, deep slaughter, but we are in a much better position compared to those comrades in Cuba. Why are they suffering like that? Because they decided to take an ideological position against imperialist forces led by America. We must take inspiration from those people. And where we can help the Cubans, let's do that. I said to the TG, if we ask, because ours is very clear, that thing of declaring money to the IEC and nonsense, it's a mission of the Oppenheimers to see who's funding the EFF. I said to TG, we need to find the individuals who can each give us 99,000 rand, not more than the threshold, so that we don't get to disclose them. Put that money together, buy food, and send to Cuba. That's who we are. Insult us anyhow you want. We build houses for disabled people when we've got houses, because their pain is our pain. So when we do that, you must know we're doing that against America. It will never like that. But are we going to retreat because America doesn't want us to do that? Never. Even if America decides that I should no longer enter America, it's okay, I will enter Zimbabwe. I'll enter Botswana, I'll enter Nigeria, I'll enter Africa, my home. Why should I be concerned about people who are going to feed me beggars?
Burgers.
And make me fat.
Feed me
when
burgers.
I can go to Nigeria and eat jollof. Nice, nom. Nice food. So why must I fight for beggars instead of jollof?
Beggars.
When we're in
beggars.
Nigeria, you must taste yourself. We're given a nice jollof rice and what is that? Goat soup. Pepper soup.
Pepper soup.
By the governor of that state, Enugu State. Ah, la la. Hey, my guy, we were sweating, but we're not stopping. Sweating, but not stopping. That's how nice Africa is. So you want to threaten me that you won't give me a visa to America or give me a visa to London? I don't care. I'll go to Africa and enjoy the company of my own people. One day this will come to an end. Even if it's not achieved under me, I must lay a foundation for those who come after me, that we must not hero worship America, so to an extent that when we are threatened that we can't get visas, we retreat on our ideological position. Fidel went to the grave. I went to bury him. He didn't have a visa to America. So who am I? If I were president, I will never be sheepish in front of the US attack on South Africa, never. First thing I would have dealt with properly is that thing of Rwanda of killing our people by Kagame, killing our soldiers. Till today, we have not responded to that situation. Now the report has come out. Only 27% of our soldiers are fit for purpose. It's not me. When I say it, I get insulted and be told he's putting the country at risk. And we are at risk. We need to turn around.
You are at risk. They want to tell a whole sovereign nation who they can be associated with. We're mad at you because you did what your nation thought was morally right by taking Netanyahu in front of the UN court. Understand that the America position in towards South Africa and the ruling of South Africa and the black rule of South Africa is that South Africa should do what they're told, like good little slaves. That's what their position are. Yes, they are at jeopardy. You are at jeopardy because this same administration is telling you as American citizens that you better behave, or they are. If you go up against this government, they are going to treat you are the exact same way.
The military of South Africa. We need to put more money in the military of South Africa. What is the point putting all monies into all of these things when you can be walloped by a small country like Rwanda? Humiliate you to a point where the president of Rwanda makes no apology about it. He continues to insult us till to date. Till to date.
Julius Malema is clearly at war right now. Let me know if you know of us. His speech against the United States of America, very, very interesting, saying that America.
Let me, South Africa drops the dollar, buys goods with Chinese yen. Now,
have you ever been bullied before?
We do know that South Africa and China are in the BRICS together. And if you have not been watching my program, you would know that everyone in the BRICS can use their own money. So that link is in my description box under South Africa. It seems like, hey, Sincere, how are you? Ramposa. He's been fighting for years. I didn't know who he was. Now, I did kind of know that when 4547 played those tapes that he was a part of the government in South Africa, and him and Ramposa didn't see eye to eye. Kind of like the Republicans and Democrats, and they are trying to say that he is so bad. Now you see why they say that he is so bad. Now we see why they say he is so bad. I am now hearing that black-born citizens are being locked up by ICE because they don't have their documents on them. Who walks around with documents on them? Who? Nobody walks around with documents on them. I was an ANC youth brigade leader in the 80s. Oh, he was an ANC youth brigade leader in the 80s. He's a revolutionary. Before it's all over with, while people think that they can sit back and be entertained with bullshit, well, when people finally wake up, they are going to understand that they may have to be revolutionaries themselves. I was on another channel, and this dude was sitting up there talking all of this stuff about he doesn't vote, and everything in America is gonna come to a head, and when it comes to a head, he's just gonna sit back and let them reestablish government. You don't vote in the current government we have, but you're gonna sit back and let them reestablish a new government, and let them give us something. They can give us land in the Pacific Northwest. They can give us land in the South. So you had a government that you could be active in and vote. But now you want to let the whole government tear down and still be on the what you got for me? Is there any more soup for me? Tip of a new government after this government is torn down, and you think that people are going to establish a new government and give you something, and you're just going to hold your hand out and you're going to take whatever is given to you. What does that tell me? That tells me that you're not active in your government now, nor do you plan to be active in your government if this government is ruined, much like it appears to be on the way to ruin. So what if they give you a new government, and they give you a new government constitution? And what say if that new constitution that they gave you is the exact same constitution that we started America with? the original constitutions, without the amendments, without all the amendments that had to be added to the Constitution. A non-voting motherfucker talking about, oh, he's gonna wait and see what they give them. So, how do you think that this original Constitution was amended? The original Constitution that counted your ass as 3/5 of a human being. That original Constitution. Well, it still does technically, but you're gonna sit back and wait and see what they give you. What if they give you a pair of overalls in a motherfucking cabin to till the land and grow the crops where they has sent all the undocumented immigrants out of these to pick the fruit and vegetables? What if that's what they give you? What the fuck you think they gonna give you? What in the fuck do you think that this government is going to turn around and give you once they fucking destroy this government? You think they gonna give you a job? No, they ain't giving you no job. They taking jobs to quickly dismantle our government. The fuck you think they gonna give you? They ain't even giving motherfuckers health care. So you think they gonna give you something? It's the fucking audacity of these motherfuckers that sit here in the United States and don't and the only thing that they participate in is the demise of this country by being so interested in dumb bullshit. Don't know what's going on around them. Talking all this talking points why 45 and 47 was going to be great for the economy, trying to act separate themselves that they some independent, wealthy motherfuckers. Living right in the right around the corner from the slums of their own cities. But trying to impress you with the dumb shit that they put out here on this channel. Not my channel. This apparatus, shall I say. Did y'all see how Elon Musk's father was talking about white and black engagement, and they want asylum? Julius Malema needs to kick them in their butts out with their hatred. He also said that if you want the white South Afrikaners out of Africa, what are you going to do? Go back to the jungle? As if having white people in South Africa is what gave them civility. What bought them out of the jungle, as he calls it, without acknowledging black people were far more advanced when white people were actually living in caves. The Europeans that came to the United States couldn't even survive on this land without non-white people taking care of this land, developing this land. They would not have survived in the Americas. I believe they're going to use prisoner chain gangs again for the fields and find ways to lock up black men to use them. Of course, that's what they're doing now. There were a couple of private prisons in some states here that said that they were going to sue the government because the government had guaranteed X amount of prisoners. So these are private prisons. These are not state prisons. These are private prisons who want to sue the government because they are not giving them enough prisoners to make money off of. Let that sink in. At what point should any fucking prison be making money off of people? There was a whole empire in Southern Africa called Zimbabwe. It was epic and like the Mali Empire before the Europeans even got there. Girl, it's just that's why they want to take history out of the That's why they want to take history out of the history books in the United States. so they can continue to tell these lies about how dependent Black people are on them as they are trying to steal every little piece of rare earth mineral that God blessed the continent of Africa with. Who can't live without whom? These billionaires cannot live without what God gave to the African people. And this administration is so mad at South Africa is because one of the things that the minister who is over giving out contracts for their rare earth minerals also said that the United States will not get any of their rare earth minerals in South Africa. And then all of the sudden, all of this shit also came up with South Africa. They want us stupid and believing all their bullshit. That is exactly what they want. Let me see if I can find this right quick. The same people who need our rare earth minerals is the people who the white men in technology that are thriving off of our government welfare. These are the same people who needs what South Africa is refusing to give them. The rare earth minerals to fund their personal wealth. Billionaires. I played this for you when it happened. Let me share this with you again, just in case you forgot. If you forgot, let me reshare this with you. South Africa told them a long time before Ramaphosa showed up in the White House.
And they said, let's not mobilize Africa. Let's withhold minerals to US. That is it. If they don't give us money, let's not give them minerals. But the reality, they take our minerals, but say why we're withdrawing funding. No, we have minerals in the continent. And therefore we have something that we have. We're not just beggars. And they said, let's not mobilize Africa. Let's withhold minerals to US. That is it. If they don't give us money, let's not give them minerals. But the reality, they take our minerals, but say why we're withdrawing funding. No, we have minerals in the continent. And therefore we have something that we have. We're not just beggars. And they said,
so that's when 4547 got off his plane, and I hear something bad going on in South Africa. Early in his administration, when Elon Musk was over Doge, and then all of a sudden he heard something very, very bad was going on in South Africa, and they're not treating people fairly. Well, something very, very bad is going on in the United States of America. And the United States of America is not treating people fairly. It's treating everyone fairly who is a billionaire, however. But the United States of America, till to this day, are trying to get you used to the fact that they are not going to extend Obamacare subsidies, and about 25 million people are expected to lose their health insurance on January 1st of next year. In a couple of days, up to 25 million people are expected to lose their health coverage. This does not include the almost 17 million people who are expected to lose their health care once they start implementing that big bloated bill that they signed in July. So your government is not taking care of you while treating the American people very poorly. So everybody is like, oh, la 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 la, it doesn't affect me, blah 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 blah. Oh, let's see how it's going to affect you. Let's see how it's going to affect you when these insurers have to go up on the price of your job earned health insurance. Let's see how it's going to affect you when you have to God forbid, go to an emergency room and it's full of people who have no primary care physician. You think you're waiting long now if you happen to have to go to an emergency room? You think that the healthcare outcomes are the worst in well-developed countries now? What do you think that the healthcare is going to be when they're overloaded with patients who are in dire straits? Their health is in dire straits. Do you think that it is cheaper to pre-screen people for things that they may have, or do you think that is more less expensive to treat them when they are in the final stages of certain disease that could have been caught early if they only had a primary care doctor? What do you think is going to happen then? See, so some people are so stupid and short-sighted and try to act like they are unaffected by anything. They are so unaffected, and they continue to finance their own suffering. I still go to Target. Y'all still boy got in Target. I go to Target. What did Target do to these people who turned on their heels for a professed gift bag that Target was giving out, only to get some fucking water flavoring, some old lipsticks, chapstick, can openers, and shit like that in these Target gift bags. See, some people just don't get it. Some people just don't get it, but they're about to. That's all I got to say. Fuck. Shit. I do what I do, and I keep it pushing. That's all I can do. Now, I have seen this a couple of times. I just want to know if you guys have seen this. I'm going to share this link with you guys. I hope you've seen this. Let me share this with you. If I'm going to drop the link in my I'm going to drop the link in the chat. You should go over there and visit this page. They have some of the greatest artists. It's kind of like the Front Porch series. Go over there and check this channel out.
Was started by Brian Freeman. Freeman is an artist himself. He bought the Cadillac from his cousin with an idea.
I was riding around performing my music for my friends. That's really how it started, because there were different platforms out here like to promote people's music, but I wanted to start my own.
Then Freeman's friends began joining the rise, performing and talking about their own music.
I had some of my friends come DJ, and like the DJ ones just started going viral like every time.
From the internet to the streets, people are taking notice.
Like, love what you do, man. I appreciate it, bro.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh my gosh. How often does that happen?
All the time. So like it's good. It never gets old.
Cadillac Chronicles launched a little over a year ago. 6 months in, labels and artists alike started flooding Freeman with requests.
Performing as an artist, that is very fun, is to perform. And especially when you're riding around in this car through the streets, everybody's screaming at you like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on right now?
Who have been some of your favorite guests in the Cadillac, besides CBS News Atlanta?
Absolutely, that's up there. I mean, the Ozzy Brothers, that was fire. I wasn't expecting that. There is a lot of music out here that is not good. and I want to focus on the good music. If it ain't right, it ain't right.
Okay.
Hey, man.
Freeman never expected Cadillac Chronicles' success. He's been experimenting with different ideas surrounding music since he was a kid, but he never took his foot off the gas.
You can never give up.
Let me go through a little bit. One of my favorite ones. I don't think I'm able to play a lot of this. Oh, this is the one I want to. This is the one that I was like, oh my God. This guy sounds so good. Sounds just like he did on the album. I thought he was lip syncing for a second. He was not lip syncing. Let me, let's get into it.
That's really that work though. Driving around, I'm standing here looking out my window. The nights are long and my days are cold 'cause I don't have you. How can I be so damn demanding? No, you said that it's over now, but I can't let go. Every day I wanna pick up the phone, tell you that you're everything and not even wrong. Only I can find you. Yeah, I thought I saw you pass me. Rearview mirrors playing tricks on me 'cause you fade away.
I told my husband, I was like, oh my God, I have not heard Case. I forgot he sang that song. I was like, oh my God. And you know how you see artists and they look worse off, and half of them are dying in their 40s and 50s. And I was like, oh my God, he sounds so good. And he said, yeah, he got off them drugs. I was that is his opinion. This is one man's opinion. He's like, yeah, he got off them drugs. I said he looks good. He doesn't look all flashy or sleek or anything. I said, but oh my God, he sings like it was yesterday. So if you have not visited the Cadillac Chronicles, they show many different artists from many different genres. I forgot him. I forgot him too. Yeah, that's one man's opinion. But I was like, so I listened to that like 3 or 4 times. So they go around the city and they sing different songs that they are known for. Sometimes they have DJs on there spinning records and with all of their sound effects and whatever it is that they use to DJ. So it's a whole party. And now he have record labels approaching him to get artists on his stream. So there is always a way to reinvent yourself. So while the record label, hold on, I would be remiss. This is the one that's going to get me struck. If you guys see the replay, I may have to delete these little sections. I just may have to.
Now they dropping and yelling, it's a tad bit late. Nate Dogg and Cadillac. Hey, yeah, and it don't stop, and it won't. It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. Warren G was on the streets trying to consume some skirts for the E, so I could get some phones. Rolling in my ride, chilling all alone. Just hit the east on a mission trying to find
all types of artists. So if you have not been over there, please avail yourself to the Cadillac Chronicles. I was in love. Now, if you guys haven't heard the latest about Prada, all of these big fashion houses, they are always under investigation for abusing their labor forces or having illegal workers making the product, not the there used to be artisans, leather artisans, you know, you know, what else? What do they call the shoemakers? The what are they? Cobblers who made the shoes, who had history passed down through generations, how to produce garments. What is it? Altiers, the sewers, who sold these products that they're selling for $10,000 and $12,000 a bag. There has been a new investigation about Prada that happened recently. So these people are making tens of thousands per bag, and they are paying their workers $4 an hour and forcing them to work 90 hours a week. How do you work 90 hours a week? That's like doing more than a double shift every day, over 16 hours a day, every single day. How do you do that? You live at where you work. You live at there's no commute time. There's barely any sleep time. So let me share this with you. I thought that this was disgusting, and I'm sick of all of these name brand products getting wealthy and not wanting to pay a living wage, not treating their employees as human beings, as they try to establish themselves as some elite something. To be elite, it seems like you have to abuse your workers and underpay your workers. That's what elitism is all around the United States, as a matter of fact. As they allow these tech billionaires to go through all of your records to find a way to cut your jobs. Let's get into this.
Were found in conditions of extreme exploitation. This is Prada we're talking about, one of the top luxury brands in the world. They are using Chinese immigrants illegally in their sweatshop in Florence. These workers have to work 90-hour weeks. They're getting paid $4 an hour. They're sleeping in the sweatshop because you can't work 90 hours a week and have travel time. They call it heritage, they call it craftsmanship, and they demand the highest price points for this craft, but they're not willing to pay the workers at all. The workers are paid $4 an hour. The bags are selling for $10,000. Does that even make sense? If that isn't bad enough, it gets worse. They removed the safeguards from the machinery so they can perform faster. They can sew faster. Who cares?
Removing the safeguard from one of those industrial sewing machines is brutal. Have you ever had a sewing machine needle go through your finger? I have. I had an industrial sewing machine needle go through my finger. Why? Because I was sewing too quickly and trying to catch up so I would make a curve right. It has the power to actually go through your hand. I've heard some people the needle breaking off in their bones. This is a real travesty.
Cares what happens to their bodies. The police are now demanding internal documents from Prada. This is going to take months, if not years. I feel another scandal just slipping through the cracks. This is what baffles me. The luxury brands are time and time again caught in these scandals. What do? They issue statements, they make apologies, they pay their fines, but nothing changes. They're not held accountable because it's a very profitable business. Silence is complicity. Transparency is the new luxury. Vote with your dollars.
Vote with your dollars.
Italy, I say made in exploitation. Last week, the police raided a sweatshop in Florence. Immigrant workers were found in.
So I wanted to share that with you. Let me see. Is there anything light I want to share with you before I leave? Oh, this is interesting. Now we have heard that 4547 smells like a dump truck when you're in his presence. I want you to look at the face on this woman in the blue dress.
Can't you smell?
She looks like she's about to cry. Poor lady. Poor lady. I'll drop this link in the comments. I want to if you want to revisit it at your leisure. Ouch! Liz says, "Ouch." There's a link to that. You have, and it's a pain like you've never known since. Yes, it is a pain. Like, oh my God. To have one of those sewing machine needles go through your finger is no joke. Let me see. I think that's it that I have. Now, we do know that so far things are looking good in this coming election cycle, and that is one of the reasons why 4547 is so up in arms. They're talking about up to 20 sitting Congress people are going to leave office and not. That's on top of the ones who have already announced. Up to 20 more people have announced that they will not be seeking re-election and are going to leave office. So it appears right now that the GOP may be toast. Now, we had a Democratic mayor that was elected in Miami, Florida. They haven't had a Democratic mayor in Miami, Florida in 27 years. And there was also a seat that was overturned in Georgia, a red part of Georgia that 4547 won, I think, in over 20 points. That seat went to a Democrat. So there may be some good news on the horizon. Now, let's get into what 4547. Now, we know that he said that those 6 Congress people should be tried on sedition. But what about you? Did you hear this? Let me start it over. I want you to hear all of this and let you know that this administration is real with the bullshit.
News this evening, Donald Trump says that it is seditious and maybe even treasonous to question whether he is all right mentally and whether his health is okay. I'm serious. In a new Truth Social post where he got off stage after talking about affordability for an hour in Pennsylvania, despite claiming that affordability was a Democrat con job, Donald Trump went on a long rant, blasting the New York Times and other media organizations for questioning his mental fitness and his ability to serve. And as part of this, I'm going to read you this portion of the Truth Social post. Quote, "I will know when I am slowing up, but it's not now. After all of the work I've done with medical exams, cognitive exams, and everything else, I actually believe it is seditious, perhaps even treasonous, for the New York Times and others to constantly do fake reports in order to libel and demean the President of the United States. They are true enemies of the people, and we should do something about it. They have inaccurately reported on all of my election results, and in fact, were forced to apologize." He's now calling media treasonous for questioning whether he's fully all right mentally. Spread the word, follow along for more. We have some major news this evening. Donald Trump says that it...
Okay, so you cannot ask about himself without. Now, You notice that it is a short path to authoritarianism, authoritarianism, ism. It's a short walk to this motherfucker taking all of your rights away. Authoritarianism. That don't sound right. Authoritarianism. Okay, you know what I'm saying. Okay, so uh, let me see. Let me see if I can play this for you. Nope, I won't be able to play that one for you. Let me see. This is what I want to share. Oh my God. As measles ravage South Carolina, RFK Jr. undermines the vaccines. Measles is ravaging South Carolina. Over 100 people are infected and hundreds more are in quarantine. The response, RFK Jr., the national top public health official, has been silent, but it's much worse than that. So, if you didn't know that there is a measles epidemic out, let me see. Let me see. This is something that I wanted to share with you. If you are not familiar with this YouTuber called Political Punk, do you know that there is a video out? Let me show you the video. You with Charlie Kirk and Jeffrey Epstein doing a little dance together. If you didn't know, let me show it to you. I'm gonna drop the link where you can find this. I found it quite disturbing. Why is there? These are two people who are no longer alive. Why is there a video of them dancing together? Have you seen this? Carry the flame. Jeffrey Epstein is a savior. Carry the flame. Let's dance. What is this shit? Now, the funny thing about this video, that is not the worst part of the video. While people are using this AI to their own demise, somebody asked Grok, was this video real? And you know what Grok said? Grok said that this was actually a real video. So understand that AI is training itself, and the initial response from Grok was that this was a real video. It was filmed during the Butler, Pennsylvania attack on 4547. This is why Memphis is being polluted, so Elon Musk can win the AI war. So he can tell you that this is a real video, and it is in Butler, Pennsylvania, where they were trying to shoot 4547. Did you know that? Let me drop his link in the chat. You can two Mossad-sponsored people. I missed this. I'm sure Jasmine Crockett will win in Texas as well. I'm not sure. But this is what the fight to win AI is all about. So Grok can tell you that yes, that is a actual real video. That I just dropped that link for you. So go over there and check out Political Punk. He's a great channel. I'm going to put this in my description box as well. It's under AI says yes. You can catch it in my description box under AI says yes. AI said that was real. And these are the people who are scheming ways to take away American jobs. And I'm sure Elon Musk has been alerted to the fact that people are laughing at his AI attempt, and he has gone in and manually corrected it. You know how he manually corrected Grok from giving actual answers and saying that Grok was being prevented from giving answer, and he said that he went in there and fixed it, and then Grok came out all shall we say white power-ish. Eric, who said that people thought it was real? The point was not that people thought it was real. Maybe you need to get your ears checked, and maybe you need to be in a mental institution. The point of the matter is that Grok thought it was real. You know, the great intelligence that they are trying to put upon everyone and take all their jobs away. Grok thought it was real. The same person who is creating Grok, who fired people who were needed in this administration, to do little simple things like guard our nuclear arsenal. I said Grok. So maybe you need to clean out your ears and clean out your ass while you at it. And don't come in here talking about somebody need to be in a mental institution because something that you pulled out of your funky ass. I was clear on who thought it was real. Oh my God. Okay, so what else? I have a couple more things that I wanted to talk about today. Don't get me started. Let's talk about Elon Musk, not Elon Musk. Let's talk about the relationship between Barron Trump and the Tate brothers. Why is there a connection between Barron Trump and the Tate brothers? You know, the Tate brothers that 45, 47 pretends that he knows nothing about them. Who are they? Huh? Who are the Tate brothers? Let's look at the connection between Barron Trump and the Tate brothers. Do you guys know who the Tate brothers are? Let's take this one at a time. These links will be in my description box under Tate brothers. Let me share this with you. You know what they say about apples not falling far from the tree? Let's see who the Tate brothers are. Investigation by the New York Times, how the Tate brothers were freed from Romania. If you don't know, let's figure it out together.
After confinement in Romania, Andrew and Tristan Tate. In February, after confinement in Romania, Andrew and Tristan Tate posted a video to their followers.
We're massively back, massively.
They were in a private plane being whisked to Florida. Since 2022, they had been under criminal investigation in Romania. They had both been accused of trafficking dozens of women into a porn business that they ran. Andrew had also been accused of raping one of those women and of having sex with a 15-year-old. Prosecutors in Romania had prohibited them from leaving the country.
Feel that? It's the feeling of leaving Romanian soil.
How then are they leaving Romania before any trial? How? In a private jet, no less. How? They must have. The hookup. Who hooked them up? How do they have such a good hookup when they are not supposed to be leaving the soil of Romania? And they landed down in Florida, where thank goodness, Governor White Rubber Boots. What is his name? DeSantis told them promptly to get out of my state. I do not want you in my state. This is what Ron DeSantis told the Tate brothers after landing in Florida. Let's figure out more about who the Tate brothers are.
This moment is the culmination of years of efforts by the Tates to cozy up to conservative influencers, members of the Trump family, and administration officials. My name's Megan Toohey. I'm an investigative reporter here at the New York Times. My colleague Isabella Quai and I have spent months interviewing dozens of people in Romania, the United States, and Britain. We have reviewed hours and hours of video clips, hundreds of pages of text messages and emails and court documents. And we're able to piece together how the American right helped the Tate brothers get out of Romania. Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are major stars in the so-called manosphere.
Welcome to the party, gentlemen. He-Man Woman Haters Party. It's a man's party.
Andrew is a former professional kickboxer who built a huge online...
He-Man Woman's Hater Party. Welcome to the party. He-Man Woman Haters. Obviously, you hate them if you are dating them and putting them into prostitution and, SAing them. That is obvious that you are a woman hater. And if you hate women so much, who you loving? Who are you loving if you hate women so much? Isn't it strange how there's always a position of closeted homosexuality in the Republican Party that always is unraveled in some sordid fashion, or there is a lot of people who are having physical relationships with underage minors that always flash up in the Republican Party. And usually these people are, it's strangely enough, connected to our government, and a lot of them, like the 4547 spiritual advisor, a lot of them are right in touch with 4547. Jeffrey Epstein's. Isn't that funny how that works out in this administration? But let's continue.
And following, preaching unapologetic masculinity and chauvinism.
All of history was built by men, always has been. If a woman is going out with a man, she belongs to that man. That's his woman.
He's told his audience that they were victims of feminism, that they've been maligned by the economy and brainwashed by the media.
You are now full slave mode, and that's all they want. So you will continue to work your shit job for shit money.
He and his brother have gained millions and millions of followers. They sell online courses to young men about how to make money and how to exploit women. That included this PhD program, short for Pimping Hose Degree. They share what they say they've learned in pushing their girlfriends into making online sexual content.
They've also learned cultural appropriation. This is what attracted them to black culture. The most dirtiest side of black culture. Not all black culture, just the dirtiest side of black culture. Pimpin' hoes degrees. But he thinks that makes him sound cool. While if a black man was to say that, they will tell you how he is the worst of the worst and ignore someone stealing, appropriating that phrase. And now he's friends with 4547's son.
For paying customers.
It's not just about picking up girls, it's about converting them into really loving you enough to moving in with you and working for you and giving you all the money.
The brothers who have both
convince them into moving in with you, working for you, and giving you all the money. And people are paying him. Let's continue.
American and British citizenship started this porn business over a decade ago in Britain. In 2015, Andrew was arrested 3 times after multiple women accused him of assault. And while prosecutors eventually declined to bring charges, the investigation prompted Andrew to leave Britain. Andrew said that he thought that they'd be better served in Romania.
It's a little bit lawless, you know? You can get away with shit you can't get away with in the West.
Eventually, the brothers get
looking for lawlessness in Romania, lawlessness in the business the thing that he calls his business, pimping hoes, taking all their money, getting them into the porn business and taking all their money, SAing women, having them be your slaves. Yeah, it's a little lawless in Romania, or so he thought. What happened in Romania?
Banned from several of the biggest social media platforms, only to find new homes on Rumble, a site that was backed by JD Vance's venture. Banned from several of the biggest social media platforms, only to find new homes on Rumble, a site that was backed by JD Vance's venture capital firm. And
Rumble, a site that was financed by JD Vance's venture capital business. Now, isn't it strange that they found a place after being banned on social media on the vice president site that he financed? Isn't it also curious that Nick Fuentes also, after being expunged from all main social media sites, also found a home on Rumble? You know, the anti-Semitic Nick Fuentes, who JD Vance would not say that he was anti-Semitic, as Nick Fuentes says it out loud every time he gets a chance. Isn't it curious that these two entities would find a place to spew their filthy, hate-filled messages on Rumble?
Of the biggest social media platforms, only to find new homes on Rumble, a site that was backed by JD Vance's venture capital firm, and Getter, a right-wing site. And then things really explode. In December 2022, the brothers are arrested in Romania. They had been under criminal investigation for several months after a complaint that an American citizen had been held by them against her will. The brothers are charged with organizing a criminal group and trafficking 7 women into their porn business. And Andrew is also accused of raping one of those women.
Well, wait a minute. Didn't Pam Bimbo said we are making sure we get rid of people who are trafficking women? Isn't that what? He's so camp looking. YMCA. Didn't Pam Bimbo said that all the things that her DOJ is doing to capture people who are trafficking women? let's get how are they connected? How are they? What's the connection, Ronnie Q?
And later, prosecutors in Britain would bring charges of trafficking and rape against Andrew and Tristan. These additional charges that have been authorized will move forward once the Romanian case is complete. Through our reporting, we
Well, surely a 45-47 wouldn't allow these worst of the worst back into America after they are up on all of these charges in two different countries. Surely they are the worst of the worst.
also found that the Tates have been quietly under investigation here in the United States by anti-trafficking agents and federal prosecutors. Andrew and Tristan Tate deny all allegations. While all of this is happening, they're building more and more powerful allies in the United States.
Who are these allies? I see Barron Trump. I don't know who that is. I see Tucker Carlson. I don't know who. Is that JD Vance? I don't know who that is. I think that may be JD Vance. Is that Don Jr.? Is that Candace Owens? Is that Alina Habba, who 45-47 illegally put over New York City Justice Department? Who is that down there? I don't know who that is. Oh, he kind of looked familiar. Who is that?
In 2017, as Andrew tells it, he did a tweet in support of Donald Trump, and soon Andrew and Don Jr. had connected at Trump Tower.
President's son, he made me a coffee. Like, he's a cool dude.
And this support and this relationship continues through 2023. When Andrew and his brother are placed under house arrest, Don Jr. sends out a tweet of support. By that point, the Tates had hired.
He's placed on house arrest. And Don Jr. says that was absolute insanity. That is what 45-47 said. Son said about these people who were brought up on these charges, innocent until proven guilty. Sure, but kind of like this person in the beef sector who has been brought up on some disgusting charges. If they're investigating you on these charges, we have to go to court and see what they got and what you got. So nobody is just putting these charges on people who are not black, I will say.
Hired Joseph McBride, this attorney who had come to prominence representing Trump supporters accused of insurrection on January 6th. And
attorney who's representing them represented the January 6th mob. Okay, so that's who that is. That's not JD Vance.
Bride pitches his new client to conservative host Tucker Carlson, who travels to Romania and conducts a lengthy interview with Andrew in his mansion.
I mean, I was sympathetic to you already, but a man's accused of human trafficking. It's worth finding out what he's accused of.
The Tucker Carlson interview.
It doesn't sound like you're that interested. You knew he was guilty of trafficking women, and it seems like you find out what he was accused of. I gotta give you a chance to defend yourself. What are you accused of? Well, how come you didn't go to the police department to try to find out what he was accused of? How come you didn't go to any agency that were pressing these charges against the Tate brothers if you wanted to find out what they were accused of?
Who gets more than...
I was already a fan. Look at him. This is also who platform Nick Fuentes. The Rumble people on his platform. And there's a big brouhaha brewing between a regular MAGA who think they are regular people. They think that they are regular Republicans going under the new banner of MAGA. And when they see what all is encompassing of MAGA, now they're trying to say that they are no longer MAGA. Tucker Tucker Carlson is doing a lot of filthy work out here.
112 million views.
Thank you. To you already, but a man's accused of human trafficking. It's worth finding out what he's accused of.
The Tucker Carlson interview gets more than 112 million views. This is a key turning point. Soon.
So he platformed them. He gave them a platform. He gave them a platform to explain why I was already a fan. I just need you to know what you were accused of. He platformed them to 112 million viewers. Now here comes Candace Owens, as she's called on the amazing Lucas show.
Other high-profile conservatives are defending the Tates.
When I see some of these videos and I see conservatives assigning like real meaning to you saying stuff that is just so obviously content for young boys.
Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan stand for the same things that I stand for.
I gotta go back.
Like real meaning to you saying stuff that is just so obviously.
When I hear people giving real meaning to stuff that is obviously something for you to say to young boys. Real meaning to something that is obviously something that you are saying to young boys. That women are worthless. Women are to work for you. Once you have a woman, you own her. And she thinks that she is giving him cover to say that this is nothing real. It's just something that you say to young boys. Well, first of all, Candace, why is he even talking that way to young boys? Why is that message that you want to say that he is spewing out that shouldn't be taken seriously directed at young boys? That's why they call you Candace.
Content for young boys.
Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan stand for the same things that I stand for.
These relationships are mutually.
Roger Stone. Of course they do. Of course they do, Roger. You stand for nothing. You don't even stand for your own self. That's why you spent time in jail and had to get pardoned by 45, 47. Because you're a fucking fool. An old fool.
Beneficial. These conservatives are tapping into Tate's audience to expand their reach and connect with a demographic that is crucial to the president's re-election campaign.
Listening to him with Tucker for an hour and a half, 2 hours, it clicked. Okay, now I see why he's popular.
And by 2020.
Oh, here goes the cannot be talked about, cannot repeat what he said. Listening to him for an hour or 2 hours. Now I see why he's so popular, Kirk. Do you see it now? Now you see it?
24, Barron election campaign.
Listening to him with Tucker for an hour and a half, 2 hours, it clicked. Okay, now I see why he's popular.
And by 2024, Barron Trump is also a fan. Barron hosts a dinner at Mar-a-Lago for several prominent conservative influencers. One of them was Justin Waller, who has helped the Tates run their businesses and says that he's widely seen as the third brother. Waller told me that Barron admired the Tates, and he said that he and Barron called Andrew together and discussed the Tates case. When we
admired, I admire these people who are up on such heinous charges. But look at the family tree that this apple fell from. Look at this family tree. Look at the mother. Look at the father that this person fell from. And we reached out. They discuss the case. It's not like he admired them and did not know that these people were up on these charges. No, hey, you know the Tate brothers. Oh, can you call them for me? Sounding like a little 12-year-old who has a crush on a girl who wants you to call the girl for him and introduce you to the girl. They called them and discussed the charges, so he was aware of the charges. Let's
He reached out for comment, told me that Barron admired the Tates, and he said that he and Barron called Andrew together and discussed the Tates case. When we reached out for comment, McBride called our reporting on the relationship between Andrew and Barron fake news. So the Tates are building up a lot of support here in the.
And once they call it fake news, you know what it always turn out to be? Fake news. When I have no comment, I don't want to pontificate further on this topic. I can just call it fake news, and that covers all bases. But fake news, isn't that what Kegbreath said about the strikes on the Houthis? Isn't that what Kegbreath said about the boats in the Pacific when they were reporting factual news? Isn't that their first go-to lie when they have not gotten together with a group of people to make a PR statement about real reporting, truthful reporting that comes out in this administration? That's their go-to, to say fake news, and have no shame in coming back and telling you that in fact the news was real. Have no shame, because they have gone through it with their PR teams and attorneys to come up with whatever it is that lets you know that they were lying to you when they said fake news. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter that I said it was fake news. I can come out and admit the news was real and still be mad at you for reporting it as if you were reporting fake news. This is this administration.
United States. And after Trump, Tates are building up a lot of support here in the United States. And after Trump is reelected, some of those supporters have even more power and influence than they did before. Paul Ingrassia, who had once served on the Tates legal team, is now the White House liaison to the Justice Department. He had called Andrew Tate an extraordinary human being and a target of the deep state and the satanic elite.
Yeah, the same Paul Ingrassia who said that he had a Nazi problem. Or Nazi tendencies, or something to the effect that he is on the same wavelength, not a problem, and I need to get away from something in him was similar to that same Paul Ingrassia.
Alina, liaison to the Justice Department, he had called Andrew Tate an extraordinary human being and a target of the deep state and the satanic elite. Alina Habba, who had...
I need to read this. Andrew Tate is an extraordinary human being, not only in terms of sheer physical prowess. Sounds like you want to fuck him. Although he is that in spades, but perhaps even more impressively, so you're very impressed by his physical prowess. He is sharp as a tack and has the willpower and spirit to match.
Being and a target of the deep state.
Let me see. He is the embodiment of the ancient idea of excellence, to seek perfection of mind, body, and spirit. An idea that is radically at odds with our grotesquely decadent society, which values security and mediocrity over human excellence among men. It is for this reason that he and his brother have become public enemies number 1 and 2 in the eyes of the Matrix, the deep state, and the satanic elite that attempts to systematically program and oppress all men from womb to tomb, a form of communism that is not even Karl Marx in its wildest dreams could ever imagine. It's because he and Tate Tasm pose such a threat that the global elites have targeted and attempted to scapegoat them into scapegoat them. The global elites want to kowtow any man of honor and worth whose spirit has not been completely extinguished into silence. He's on your Department of Justice. He's in your Department of Justice. The McBride Law NUC legal team is working around the clock to obliterate the Matrix narrative about the Tate brothers. Okay. This is who is I think he's real high. I thought that he was working for the State Department. I think he's working under Marco Rubio. However, I forget where he works. He was fired once for his racist comments in 47's first administration. I believe it was because racist statements. And he's been brought back under this administration with a higher position. And this is what he is saying about these Tate brothers. This is your administration. This is who the people you dummies elected to put back in office has in office. I hope none of you have girls. I hope none of you have girls. I hope none of you have boys who are listening to this bullshit as something to be admired from the people that the person that you voted into office decided to have high power positions in this administration.
And the satanic elite. Alina Habba, who had served as a personal lawyer to Trump, was now a counselor to the president. She appeared on a podcast with Andrew in January.
We need strong, powerful voices like yours. And I got your back over here.
And this man, Richard Grenell, a special diplomatic envoy for Trump, discussed the Tate's case with at least 2 Romanian officials. Our reporting found that one of those discussions took place last December at Mar-a-Lago with an advisor to the Romanian Prime Minister. Ponta told us that he had discussed the Tate's case with Grenell. He then backpedaled and said they had not discussed the case. The other discussion was with Romania's foreign minister at a conference in Munich in February. In a statement to the Times, Grenell said it was the foreign minister who raised the issue.
Megan Tolley's email to me is filled with fake news and anonymous charges. I have never met the Tate brothers. I've never been to Romania. All my ex content is regularly deleted after 6 months or so because it loses context over time. No, you delete stuff that you don't want to be reviewed after time has passed. That's why people delete shit, because they want that content to disappear. Are you kidding me? So obviously she referred to some X comments that he said. And the foreign minister's story, as told by the press, is widely exaggerated. But is it true? Or is it untrue? See, you could have said exaggerated with far fewer letter strokes if it was a lie. Instead of widely exaggerated. That doesn't tell us that it's false, though. Okay, because I simply ran into him in the hallway of the Munich Security Conference. You can't have conversations in the hallways of the Munich Security Conference? You mean to tell me that you cannot converse there? So that does not tell you that you didn't have the conversation, is what I'm saying. Okay, where he asked me if I stood by my tweet from years ago about the prosecuting people with facts instead of just attacking them with accusations, to which I simply told him, yes, I stand by my tweet from years ago. Well, who told you that they did not have the facts to prosecute him? Okay, let's...
issue of the Tate with Romania's foreign minister at a conference in Munich in February. In a statement to the Times, Grenell said it was the foreign minister who raised the issue of the Tates. His statement did not address the Mar-a-Lago conversation. The public support from some of these allies set off alarm bells in Romania. Officials at the American embassy in Romania told us that they feared what would happen if their bosses in Washington instructed them to release new passports to the Tates in violation of the Romanian criminal justice system. It didn't come to that, but an extraordinary order came down from the highest levels of the Romanian government. On February 26th, Andrew sent a text message to someone close to him that we reviewed. He had been made aware that he was going to be released. He wrote, "I have very detailed instructions from the Americans about crossing borders, phones, passports, etc. I can't say more. This goes into instant effect." The next.
So he was told what he could and could not do by American officials about, but because he was being held by the Romanian government. And nobody wants to say that they had these conversations, but they did not deny having these conversations with the Romanian government about the Tate brothers.
Day, the Tates filed more. This goes into instant effect. The next day, the Tates file a request that prosecutors lift their travel bans and return their passports. We spoke to sources who spoke to us on the condition of anonymity, who told us that the prosecutors did not want to do this. But the prime minister believed that lifting the travel bans would appease the Trump administration. He did not respond to requests for comment.
Appease who? Appease it. Lifting the travel ban would appease the Trump administration.
Believed that lifting the travel bans would appease the Trump administration. He did not respond to requests for comment. In the early hours of February 27th, the brothers were driven to a private plane.
No one has ever been more back than we just got.
At the time, we asked McBride, their lawyer, whether the Trump administration had anything to do with their release. And he didn't answer the question directly, but he said, quote, "Do the math. These guys are on the plane." Once they're back in the United States, the Tates are filming themselves partying in Miami, looking at apartments in New York, hobnobbing with Kanye West in Los Angeles. But they weren't welcomed by all. There were some conservatives who spoke out against them.
Florida is not a place where you are welcome. I told you about that. I reported on that this when they first came back. Florida is not a place where you're welcome with that type of conduct in the air.
Conservatives who spoke out against them upon their arrival. Some said that they...
This is actually, I'm surprised that this bitch even said this. Let me see. This actually is toxic masculinity. People, this is the real version of it. And who made this happen? Who made this happen? Nothing to say about that?
They undermine traditional conservative values.
America does not need more self-proclaimed pimps, says Ben Shapiro.
Other people likened the allegations against them to the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. Through all of this, it's becoming clear that there is a rift on the right. Trump says he knew nothing about it.
I know nothing about that. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
An official with the White House said it is not involved in anything related to the Tates' legal matters. In March, they returned to Romania for a court date and have not come back. Shortly after they left, one of Andrew's former girlfriends accused him of assaulting her when they reunited during his visit. She said that when they had sex, he had beaten her and choked her to near unconsciousness, which he denies.
So these are the alleged pals of Baron Trump, who got a chance to come back to the United States. Let me share this with you. Allegedly, let me see. Let me share this with you. No, I wanted to save that for something else. Let's continue this conversation about the Trump and the Tate brothers. That link is in my description box under Tate brothers if you want to peruse it on your own time. I have a little bit more about the Tate brothers and this administration. Let's find it. Here it is, right here. This will also be under the Tate brothers. Hold on 1 second. I think I lost it. Let me see. Maybe I haven't. Oh, did I miss it? Oh, here it is. Now, here's the questioning that was given to 4547 when they played a portion of it in that last video. I want you to see the entire question that was given when Schumer was visiting here in the United States. Let's hear the entire question and answer about the Tates. As 4547, oh, I knew nothing about it. Nobody said anything to me about it. Oh, are they here? Are they here? How did you know they were coming here? Let's get into this. The link will be in the description box.
President Trump, Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people in many circles. Did your administration pressure the Romanian government to release them? And if so, I why? know nothing about that. I don't know. You're saying he's on a plane right now? He's back. They already did. Yeah, I just know nothing about it. We'll check it out. We'll let you know.
I didn't know a thing about it. You said they're on a plane here. No, he said that they were here.
All right, Barron Trump. We're going to talk about him.
This last link will also be in my description box.
Barron Trump, he's in the news for a couple of reasons. One, because Donald Trump insulted his son. Is he his son? We're going to find out. And Barron Trump also, it turns out, is a fan of a very bad person. A very bad person. Barron Trump, seen here, this is at Thanksgiving. And you let me know, but I kind of feel like this is them walking in. There's Donald Trump looking like he is, I mean, he just is totally out of it. But then we have Barron Trump here with his, I guess he's 6'9", with his mom, Melania. And I mean, I've never met this man, but am I wrong? There just seems to be a dark aura around him. Am I wrong? I actually, have we ever heard him speak? I don't think we've ever, I don't even know what his voice sounds like. Now, Barron Trump, we've learned, really likes what is being described here as Barron Trump is secretly devoted to a twisted woman hater. I mean, I guess that's not too much of a surprise, but
First Amendment USA, I talked about that disgusting message. I saw it in real time. I had saved the video because I wanted the front part of the video. No, I was looking for the accolades of Reiner. I was looking for his accolades and something about his history, and I in that video there was a statement from this disgusting, terrible man. So thank you.
Donald Trump's youngest son is Donald Trump's youngest son is a fan of woman-hating influencer accused of rape and human trafficking. Nice guy. Barron Trump, 19, admired divisive manosphere figure Andrew Tate. This is according to the New York Times. A close ally of Andrew and his brother Tristan identified himself as their, quote, third brother on top of playing a, quote, big brother to Barron. Barron spoke to Andrew Tate over Zoom last year while getting a suit fitted by Waller's Taylor, according to the outlet. They discussed their shared belief that Romanian prosecutors charging the Tate brothers with a number of sex and trafficking crimes were as an effort to silence them. Now, this is a little bit of background on who these people are. The Tates were accused by Romanian authorities of trafficking more than 30 women and creating a criminal group for sexual exploitation. Andrew was separately charged with rape. The brothers are facing criminal charges of rape and trafficking in the UK. They have denied all the charges against them. Waller noted that Barron never said anything about helping the Tates with their legal battles. The two also talked about supporting Trump's campaign on their online platforms. And here they are right here. And this is an aside, but if you can.
Yeah, this is an aside because in the New York Times release now, Weiler has a comment. But when the New York Times asked them about them talking about Barron and the attorney who put Barron in contact with the I love them so much, Barron Trump. It was reported in that first piece that I played for you that they talked about the case. He had knowledge of the case to talk about the case. So there's that. I think is there anything else I wanted to share?
I would very much recommend, no one's paying me to say this, I wasn't even planning on saying this, but I think it ties in perfectly. If you have time and you have Netflix, you have to watch the Puff Daddy, P. Diddy documentary. It's a 4-part series, and it's a very hard story to watch, but I think it's an important one to watch because when it comes to this sort of shit, like how are these guys who have done so much bad still walking around us? I think if you watch this series with Puff Daddy, you'll see that this is the way the system is designed to help people like the Tates and like Puff Daddy or anyone else with money to get off while the rest of us have to play by a different set of rules. Okay. And that is like the power that they have and Donald Trump has been growing is this have and have nots, have laws, do not have laws, have to abide by rules, do not have to abide by rules, make and have lots of money, just trying to get by. Now, as it comes to the Tates, it turns out, this has been reported, that they were quietly helped by the Trump administration. Surprise, surprise.
Very clear from your reporting, even though the Trump administration has tried very hard to run away from it and deny it, and Romanian officials have tried to deny it, that there was some pressure put by the Trump administration to get these guys back to the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what we found was that their release from Romania was really the culmination of like years-long efforts by Andrew Tate in particular to forge very strategic alliances with prominent figures on the American right, media figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, people in the Trump family, first Don Jr. and then Barron, and then eventually some of his supporters who were very public with their support and defense of him and their criticism of the Romanian criminal case ascended into the Trump administration.
Alina Habba.
Yeah, so this is all by design. The Trump administration is a lawless administration that seeks to help criminals, the worst among us, And Barron Trump is tied right in it. Maybe that's why I felt the dark energy. Now, we're also hearing, this is like some propaganda shit, that a pastor allegedly talked to Barron and said that Barron is close to putting his faith in Christ.
I was talking on the phone with Barron Trump at 12:30 at night one night. And I thought I was hitting him with everything but the kitchen sink when it came to all the evidence for God and Christianity. I was getting like so pumped. I was like, all right, I'm on. I had my Celsius. I didn't have any caffeine that night, but I thought I was really on. I was pumped. And then at the very end, I came up pretty much totally, open-handed with nothing. But I brought up dreams and revelations. And I said, hey, look, Barron, I usually don't go by this typically as evidence, but I'll just lastly, this. I have a friend over in Africa who witnesses thousands of Muslims coming to Christ through dreams and revelations. How do you explain that? He's like, oh, that's a very, very interesting point. And you have eyewitness testimony, the way his mind works, just like, and that was the only thing that stuck with him. And he's very close to putting his faith in Christ, very close. And so
I pray that he's very close to putting his faith in Christ. Okay. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I just don't understand. How does aligning yourself with people like the Tates and aligning yourself with Christ mix at all? At all. They are really promoting this bastardized version of Christianity. I grew up Christian. I don't identify as one now, but I do know that Jesus, as it is taught in the Bible, does not and would not align themselves with people like this. Now, I guess Donald Trump doesn't align himself with his son because the internet was shocked. Were we shocked? I don't know. The internet was, I guess.
Everything about this Christian nationalist bullshit is a bastardizing of Christianity. Why would you be surprised? Everything about it.
I guess the internet was a little confused by what Donald Trump said at a holiday party the other day.
Well, I just heard about that for the first time. The only thing I can tell you, I know one thing for sure, Mr. Speaker, it's going to be great. It's going to be great for children. Okay? I don't know what it is she's doing, but I know it's going to be great for children because she loves children and she's got a wonderful boy, and she's very proud of her boy.
So Donald Trump, I'm going to play it again, but Donald Trump there, one, admits that he doesn't know what the fuck Melania Trump does with her days. I'm going to say it here. I'm going to say it. I don't know if it's true, but I have heard it for people who would know. Okay? I've heard it through people who would know. Melania Trump, and this is understood. Everyone knows this is happening. Melania Trump is having an affair with her bodyguard. Okay? Donald Trump knows, everyone knows, but they have, this is probably not a surprise. There's an arrangement between the two of them that, hey, hear no evil, see no evil, come show up for the photo ops, be first lady when you have to be. You don't have to be in DC anymore. Go have fun, do what you need to do, and it works for them. Okay? And you know what? Whatever. There are all types of relationships. I'm not one to judge that. But again, if you're promoting a
he calls Barron Trump her child, her son. Okay, that is in my description box as well. Let me. I want to talk about this shooting. This shooting at Brown's University. Of course, cockeyed Patel fucked it up once again. Of course, cockeyed Patel, FBI, were the ones who got a tip, and they followed the tip to a hotel room, and they arrested a black man, and they told you they got him. Based upon some evidence that they said that they had, and it turns out the police are now saying that the evidence points in a whole different direction. Without trying to embarrass cockeyed Patel too much, they got They got a hit that it was a black guy staying in a hotel. Now, how many Karens are suspecting of black people just going about their lives, living their lives? But come to find out, Kakai Patel has brought this person in and said that they have evidence that he was, in fact, of the school shooting at Brown University, only for them to have to release him the same night that they arrested him. Where they do that at? Where the fuck do they do that at? I watch enough First 48 to know that they will hold you for 3 days if they have a shred of evidence to shore up their case. They can hold you for 3 days. So this tells that this motherfucker went off half-cocked as he did in the Charlie Kirk case, announcing that they had a suspect and they didn't have a suspect, as he did in that Michigan case, saying that there was some domestic terrorism going on, when in fact that there was no domestic terrorism going on. You notice you ain't heard shit else about that case where in Michigan where there was alleged domestic terrorism going on. You don't hear nothing else about that because it was found to be wrong. Mr. I make a FBI announcement on X, stupid motherfucker. So they arrested this black man and released him the same night because the evidence pointed elsewhere, which means the evidence did not point to the man who was arrested. While they are patting themselves on the back and making announcements to the public that they had captured the shooter was getting the fuck away. So this is who 4547 has over the head of the FBI department, a whole motherfucking numbskull. A whole motherfucking idiot. So, a mass shooter was allowed time and opportunity to flee. He could have fled to as many as 5 states in a short period of time. And they have no clue where this mass shooter is. But hey, it's not like 4547 was too concerned about it. He said, things happen. Things happen. The official remarks from 4547 about this mass shooting was things happen. Let's get into that. Let me get into that part of it. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? It's somewhere. I need you to hear it for yourselves. I don't need anyone to take my word for it. Maybe it's here. Let me see if it's here. No, it's not. No, it's not there. Hold on. While I find this, watch that there has been a lawsuit filed about that big busted ballroom that 4547 tore down the East Ring without any prior permits and without having a public say on what is built on public land. There has been a lawsuit that has been brought against this administration about the ballroom, while I find his comments about the shooter.
Been waiting for against Donald Trump's construction of the Golden Ballroom is finally here.
perhaps a little late in terms of preventing the demolition of the East Wing of the White House. But in terms of stopping the construction of the ballroom, this lawsuit that was just filed just may do it. There's an emergency hearing that has now been set for Monday before a federal judge by the name of Judge Richard Leon. This TRO hearing is actually set for 3:30 p.m. on Tuesday of next week, not Monday, it's Tuesday of next week. And this would stop the White House ballroom construction. Now, this lawsuit was filed by a very serious group. It's why this is really important. It was filed by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. That's a nonprofit chartered by Congress itself to support the preservation of historic U.S. buildings and neighborhoods. So pause right there. This isn't just some outside group or some nonprofit or some random group of individuals. This is the group that Congress chartered to do the analysis of these types of demolitions, constructions, alterations, and they're asking the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia block the ongoing construction until such time as the administration seeks congressional approval and consults the federal commissions and the public. Quote, no president is legally allowed to tear down portions of the White House without any review whatsoever. Not Trump, not Biden, not anyone else, the group wrote in the lawsuit. And no president is legally allowed to construct a ballroom on public property without giving the public an opportunity to weigh in. So in terms of what the causes of action are, this may sound familiar to you because I've done multiple videos suggesting that this exact type of lawsuit needs to be brought. They're citing violations of the Administrative Procedures Act, violations of the National Environmental Policy Act, and they're citing other processes that were not followed here in terms of going through the appropriate boards and the appropriate approvals. You pull up the lawsuit right here and you can see it's the National Trust for Historic Preservation in the U.S., and you'll see it was filed against the National Park Service, against Donald Trump, against the acting director of the National Park Service. You'll see the Department of the Interior, Doug Burgum, who is the Secretary of the Interior, the General Services Administration. Folks, this lawsuit was done right with pros who really understand this area of the law, and it really warms my heart that a lawsuit's finally been filed. I wanted one to be filed to block the demolition of the East Wing to begin with, but I guess better late than never, because if we can stop this East Golden Ballroom thing that does 90,000 square foot, it may even be bigger now, right? Whatever it is, then after Trump leaves office, we can just rebuild the East Wing, make this White House look normal, not have this ridiculous ballroom. And I think the fact that you'll see this demolition site right there for the next 3 years will also be a reminder of how horrific this regime has been. Let's just take a look at this lawsuit a little bit more, and it says the following. With its modest neoclassical design, the White House has served as a symbol of the United States for over 200 years. In late October 2025, at the direction of Donald J. Trump, the defendant in this action demolished the East Wing of the White House in order to build a 90,000 square foot ballroom on its site. They did so without seeking approval from Congress, without requesting review and approval from the federal commissions charged with oversight of development in the nation's capital, without conducting the required environmental studies, and without allowing the public any opportunity for input. Within days, the East Wing and its colonnade, a version of which was first built on the site during the presidency of Thomas Jefferson, was completely destroyed. The defendants did not stop with the demolition of the East Wing. Recent reporting describes the former location of the East Wing as a bustling construction site with dozens of workers driving piles, stockpiling materials, and amassing heavy machinery. Just last week, a towering construction crane was erected on the White House grounds, and Trump recounted that work on the ballroom was audible all night. Yet the defendants still have not sought review of the ballroom project or obtained the necessary approvals. and the American public to whom the White House belongs still has had no chance to provide input. No president is legally allowed to tear down portions of the White House without any review whatsoever. Not Trump, not Biden, not anyone else. And no president is legally allowed to construct a ballroom on public property without giving the public the opportunity to weigh in. Trump's efforts to do so should be immediately halted, and work on the ballroom project should be paused until the defendants complete the required reviews. Reviews that should have taken place before defendants demolished the East Wing and before they began construction of the ballroom and secured the necessary approvals. Plaintiff, the National Trust for Historic Preservation in the United States, is a private charitable educational nonprofit corporation chartered by Congress in 1949. The purpose of the National Trust is to further the historic preservation policy of the United States and to promote the public's awareness of and ability to comment on any activity that might damage or destroy our nation's architectural heritage. The trust is obligated by its charter to facilitate public participation in the preservation of sites, buildings, and objects of national significance or interest. In furtherance of those goals, the trust has brought historic preservation suits across and against numerous presidential administrations. And it goes on to talk about how upon learning of defendants' sudden, unilateral, and unlawful decision to destroy the East Wing of the White House, the National Trust immediately wrote to the National Park Service, the National Planning Commission, and the Commission of Fine Arts on October 21, 2025, urging the cessation of demolition and initiation of the review procedures for the plans for the ballroom project. The National Trust received no response. The National Trust brings this action to compel defendants to comply with procedural requirements that inform the public and protect the public's opportunity to comment on the ballroom. And it goes on in this lawsuit to talk about how even during Donald Trump's first administration, when there were issues like fixing the fencing, that would have to go through all of these processes. So Trump knew that he had to go through these things. And now when it comes to demolishing the East Wing, they just do a complete runaround. I want to bring in Harry Littman from the Talking Feds YouTube channel, Talking Feds podcast, and Talking Feds Substack. And Harry, one of the things that's also mentioned in this lawsuit by the National Trust for Historic Preservation in the United States is that Trump defrauded them and the public by making it seem like first he was never going to touch the structure of the White House with the ballroom. And then the statements from the White House was that they would get the necessary approvals, but then they didn't. And then they suddenly just tore it down. And what they're saying in this lawsuit is we went through all these steps to try to get people to respond, and no one even talked to us. So we have no choice but to bring this lawsuit now. An emergency hearing is scheduled on Tuesday. Harry, this is big.
You know, it is big. And Ben, you and I really take it as our charge to lay out the intricacies of the law and first explain. But this one, if you'll forgive me, I got to go first to what an incredibly delicious lawsuit this is. It's it's perfectly designed to have steam coming out of Trump's ears. It is his Xanadu, his pet project. They went and started already and had and what he's being told by the Historic Trust is that all these kind of woke regulations that I'm sure have dogged and bedeviled him in his real estate career had to be done first. And it's like the woke empire coming right after him and his pet project. You're totally right that they've got the record he wanted, absolutely, to make it a fait accompli. We've seen him do that, including, by the way, the mortgage fraud that you've reported on. Just that's a Trump kind of standard MO, run for it and make it too light. But they've got the goods to show we've done it. And Richard Leon, a strong, smart judge, will see that. Okay, so first I just want to say what a really fun in a certain way. Of course, it's also important, serious for all the reasons you say. Point two, there's a law here, of course, the Antiquities Act and 1906. And the Office of Legal Counsel in 1938 produced an opinion on exactly this point and said presidents can't just do this. And that was, that's considered the law of the executive branch. And guess what? A few months ago, the Office of Legal Counsel produced a new one that just reverse field and said, oh, sure, presidents can do this, no problem. And that, and by the way, under the Administrative Procedure Act, that kind of reversal counts against a defendant. And that we're going to have what is, really looks like that's what's going to be at issue. Another sort of OLC, where did you come up with this one? Trump politicized kind of action. And then, the third, there's so much to say, but the third point is there's just no answer to it. This is a decision for the people in one form or another. Maybe, a president can legitimately kind of, try to gin up public opinion, et cetera. But it's the White House. It's the people's house. Who the hell does he think he is? And, it's such a kind of monument, including the hole in the ground, to Trump's arrogance and complete indifference to the public whose house this is. It is not his. So, and there's more. But basically, man, oh man, it's just perfect. And they're going to be arguing too late in front of Leon. And, this is the very entity. And then, of course, the fourth. What did he do? The same thing they always do. Just tell Congress, forget about it. We don't care, and bring the cranes on that night. So it's going to be good in terms of the overall legal themes of what he's doing. But I just love that it goes right to the heart of his dream project as the former failed bankrupt, multi-time bankrupt real estate developer that he was.
I don't like to do reports like this if I think it's hopium and it's going to fail and it's not worth our coverage. The thing about this lawsuit is, I've read every page of it and it is impeccably done. It's the right group to bring it in terms of standing. The group cites all of the laws that it's familiar with because, as I noted in my intro, it is responsible for helping the public bring input on these very laws. They were the ones who were ignored throughout the process. And, talk to us, Harry, about Judge Leon. He's a George W. Bush appointed judge from 2002, but he's demonstrated himself on cases like this. And all the DC judges, frankly, have been pretty good in terms of law and order. You may ideologically disagree with them, but
I'm sorry I played all of that. I didn't mean to play all of that. I have hope for the future democracy of our country when I'm seeing some effort to hold 4547 to the law, so he so easily ignores. I concur with you on that. I didn't mean to play that much of the video, but something came up. I apologize for that. So there seems to be some movement on the ballroom situation. If you are unaware that Keg Breath has come out and let you know that AI will be a part of our permanent military, let's hear that announcement. He wants you to believe that this is a real good thing that's happening, that AI will be used in our military. Let's check this out. And when we see how AI thought that a whole fake meme was real, so our military will be using AI. Here
sitting idly by. Under the leadership is now officially using generative AI. Listen to this. The future of American warfare is here, and it's spelled AI. As technologies advance, so do our adversaries. But here at the War Department, we are not sitting idly by. Under the leadership of President Trump, America will lead the charge on this technological transformation. by revolutionizing the way we win. And that's why today we are unleashing GenAI.mil. This platform puts the world's most powerful frontier AI models, starting with Google Gemini, directly into the hands of every American warrior. At the click of a button, AI models on GenAI can be utilized to conduct deep research, format documents, and even analyze video or imagery at unprecedented speed. Building on the great work of Undersecretary Emil Michael and his team, we will continue to aggressively field the world's best technology to make our fighting force more lethal than ever before. And all of it is American-made. The possibilities with AI are endless. Now, let's get to work.
Probably the dumbest person who's ever been Secretary of Defense in this country's history, Secretary of War Crimes Pete Kegsbreath. The fact that he's so excited about this should be the warning for you that this is a horrible, horrible idea. So let's think about this for a second. We already know AI is being used in war. We already know that. And it's being used specifically, Israel is using it to do the genocide of Gaza. They're using it already. And there's these different programs like, well,
and they want you to be happy that the United States military is using a generative AI. Why? What is there to rejoice about if you already know what drones were doing to people in Palestine? Why would you be happy? What do you gain from this? What do you gain from any of this? What have you gained from all of these military strikes that the peace president have done on the Americans' behalf? What have you gained from all of this? Absolutely nothing. Why are we going to all of these wars? I told you earlier. Now, we can sit up here and pretend like we're in la la land, like the economy is doing great and people are being paid more on their jobs. But the absolute truth is they're trying to take all of the jobs from most of the jobs from the American public, and they don't care that a lot of the American people in the tens of millions are about to lose health care. So, what is this AI going to patrol? What is it going to patrol if you say something wrong about your government? You know, the government that is making sure that they spread the ability to have free speech all over Europe, but is clamping down on your free speech. If you don't believe it, I told you about this stuff quite a few times. Let's see what the government is up to. Let's see what they up. Trump's enemies list meets media blackout. The media doesn't have much to say about Trump's enemy list. Why the NSPM7 fueled FBI blacklist isn't considered news. This is what the news is not bothering to talk about. Readers here knows about the FBI new enemies list. Yes, you do. If you have been with me, I gave you the report on the FBI new enemies list. Let's see if we can go back. FBI making a list of American extremists. Leaked memo reveals. So here, Attorney General Pam Bimbo is ordering the FBI to compile a list of groups or entities engaging in acts that may constitute domestic terrorism, according to a Justice Department memo published here exclusively. I shared this with you. The target is those expressing opposition to law and immigration enforcement, extreme views in favor of mass migration and open borders. So if you have extreme views, what they consider extreme views on mass migration and open borders, you're going to be on the list. Adherence to radical gender ideology. If they feel that you have radical adherence to gender ideology, you're going to be on the list. They determine that what is radical gender ideology is. You can be put on the list. Yes, the list. The list that many Jewish people were put on while nobody's paying attention, as well as anti Americanism, anti capitalism, and anti Christianity. So this administration will put you on the list if they deem you to be against Christianity. Did you know that your government has this list that they are compiling American citizens on? That language echoes the so-called indicators terrorism identified by President 4547 Directive National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, which the memo says it's intended to implement, where the NSPM7 was a declaration of war or just about anyone who isn't MAGA. This is the war plan for how government will wage it on a tactical level. In addition to compelling a list of undesirables, Bondi directed FBI to enhance the capabilities and publicly. Wait a minute. The capabilities and the publicity of its tip line in order to more aggressively solicit tips from the American public on, well, other Americans. So they want to make sure that you are familiar with a tip line where you can report your fellow Americans. Didn't they do this in Poland? Didn't they do this in Poland? Weren't people turning in their neighbors in Poland? So if you're unaware, so are you happy about these drones that were used to hunt down Palestinians in their hiding places? Hmm? And do away with them drones? Are you happy about AI being a part of your military? Are you aware of these memorandums that has gone down in this administration? In addition to compiling a list of undesirables, Bondi directed the FBI to enhance the capabilities and the publicity of its tip line in order to more aggressively solicit tips from the American people on, well, the other Americans. To that end, Bondi also directed the FBI to establish a cash reward system for information leading to the identification and arrest of leadership figures within these purported domestic terrorist organizations. The memo later instructs the FBI to establish cooperators to provide information and eventually testify against other members of the group. So they're going to entice you with money to report people who they deem, who this administration comes out and tells you that are terrorists or are against the government or should be arrested based upon things like what is your radical gender ideology, your anti-Americanism, your anti-capitalism, your anti-Christianity, the opposition to law and immigration enforcement. Okay, so this is what your government is doing. Let's go back. If you haven't checked out this Ken Klippenstein. Let's go back to what the newest thing. That's some old shit right there. If you are not up on that, and you can also hit on that NSP M7 to find out all the things that it entails, saying that you could be considered to be Antifa, a non-group, a non-entity group. That has no official members, no official representation, has absolutely nothing. Okay, readers here know about the FBI news enemies list. Okay. In September 4547, signed the National Security Directive giving marching orders to some 250,000 federal law enforcement officers and intelligence analysts to target anti-American activity as they defined it. Then last week, the Justice Department directed the FBI to compile a list of Americans whose activities may constitute domestic terrorism. Whose activities may constitute domestic terrorism? Under well, who is going to constitute the things that you are doing as domestic terror? Your government. Your government. While people are about to lose their health insurance, while they are about to revamp the SNAP program, because these are the problems in America. See, these are the things that are problems in America. No, the thing is that's going to be the problem in America when all of these people have no health care insurance. The problem in America is going to be when all of these people lose their jobs to AI. The problem in America is going to be when people are starving on the streets. The problem in America is going to be when you have the audacity to say that the way the government is functioning for the rich, capitalism is a problem. That's going to be what is going to be considered un-American. Because the rich people are going to be fine through all of this. The rich people are going to be fine. And if you open your mouth, they're going to say that you are a terrorist. You have a problem with what? Capitalism. This is just simple capitalism. Are we clear? Okay. Okay. Let me see. A list of Americans whose activity may constitute domestic terrorism, according to a memo I published this weekend. The administration also released last week its national security strategy that prioritizes defense of the homeland over every other challenge facing America. The Justice Department memo I published has elicited outrage across the political spectrum. The memo I published has elicited outrage across the political spectrum, but hardly any major news outlet can bother to even write about it and how law enforcement is now targeting speech and the basic activities that constitute American civil life. This is an object lesson in everything that's wrong with corporate media. It's particularly incredible for a story so creepy and it seems to write itself. A blacklist, a cash reward system for public cooperators, and a supercharged FBI tip line where anyone and everyone can tattle on their neighbors for anti-American thoughts and activities. Let me see. Is this part of the? I think this is part of the memo. Number 8, leveraging existing FBI capabilities to identify tips that will dismantle domestic terrorist organizations and activities. Within 30 days of the issuance of this guidance, the FBI, with the assistance of its Counterterrorism Division, Operational and Technology Division, and Criminal Justice Information Service National Threat Operations Center, shall establish recommendations to better publicize the FBI tip line for submitting tips related to domestic terrorism. When individuals witness threats or acts of violence and domestic terrorism, they should be aware that they can quickly report such activities to a certain tip line within the FBI. The FBI shall respond appropriately to such tips and use the information to better investigate domestic terrorism. The FBI is also directed within 30 days of the issuance of this guidance and consistent with the applicable law to review and update the capabilities of its digital media tip line in compliance with FBI policy and statutory statutory obligations so that witnesses and citizen journalists can send media of suspected acts of domestic terrorism to law enforcement online. Further, because information from within the organization is often necessary to effectively dismantle large criminal enterprises, the FBI shall establish a cash reward system for information that leads to the successful identification and arrest of individuals in the leadership. So they are going to take. They're going to take input from independent journalists. You know, those independent journalists that are following ICE agents uh, disappear people against the law without giving them any due justice. You know, those people that they tell you what you are seeing them film is not what's really going on. Something happened before you got there, and the person that they were trying to apprehend hit them with the car, hit them with a leaf blower. All these things that they tell you you don't see in this independent journalism that's going on out here. But when you're reporting your fellow American citizens, those are the types of independent journalist reports they will be taking. Make that make sense. One of the only media outlets that had even wrote about the Justice Department order is Reuters. But they failed to mention some of the most alarming developments contained within, instead of focusing on what could be the only boring part of the entire document: tax laws and the IRS. So when they did mention it, they only references as in the tax laws that you will that are expected to be upheld in this document. Anyone For all anyone would know, reading this headline, it was just another story about Trump's designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization months ago, and now, of course, that that designation is the tip of the iceberg that allows law enforcement to treat anti-government activity as terrorism. Reuters started its story with a bullet point summary that incorrectly makes it sound like Pam Bondi order only applies to Antifa. In actuality, the memo cites anti-American sentiment in general as a anti-mating principle of the new domestic dragnet. Other targets include those motivated by opposition to law and immigration enforcement, which could describe half the country, according to recent polling. And since Rutgers adheres to the media practice and of refusing to publish the actual document it is quoting from, any news consumer would be none the wiser. If you think I'm exaggerating, take a look at the now Rutgers stories. Bondi orders FBI to prioritize domestic terrorism investigation. Memo targets Antifa and similar groups. FBI to develop strategies to disrupt criminal networks. DOJ calls for prosecuting extremist groups for tax crimes. Again, literally every one of these bullet points describe what the Trump administration has been doing for months, not what's new or is news. But it gets worse. Rutgers continues. Washington on December 4th. Attorney General Pam Bondi on Thursday ordered federal law enforcement to step up investigations into the anti-fascist Antifa movement and similar extremist groups, and asked the FBI to compile a list of entities possibly engaging in domestic terrorism, according to an internal memo reviewed by Rutgers. There it is, reviewed by Rutgers. In other words, we won't be letting you see this memo, but that's okay, because we in our wisdom have reviewed it to decide which details you're allowed to know. I call this trust us journalism, where some editor, probably in DC or New York, unilaterally decides what the public interest is. They, of course, always get this wrong. Not for any nefarious reason necessarily, but because elite, educated urban professionals living in the most expensive places in the country aren't the best judgment of what regular people want to know about. So, if you want to peruse this, it is going to be in my. Let me drop it in the chat, and I will drop it in the description box. Here you go. I'll go over there and check that out. There is the list. Let me see. The list. This will be in my description box under the list. So, all right, I think that's it. I just wanted to give you some information of the day. I'll see you guys back tomorrow. Hit the like button on your way out. I appreciate your support, and I hope you have a fabulous remainder of your day. All right, I'm out of here. Bye-bye.